No. Eepy Myri sounds. I'm only now noticing that there's like a freaking world line number there. That has to match one of them, right? 0.571024. 0.571024. Wait, was it 124 or 104? Because it might have been that one. No. 571024. 571024. That's so weird. That's really close to the one Myri has, but it's not exactly the same. Because it's also not the same as this one here either. That's the 4-point number. I'll just go back. It's here really small on the I. 0.571024. Yeah. Okay. It's Alpha World Line, obviously. There's a list of known world lines. It's the world line that appears from the prologue to chapter 3 of Steins Gate. So that's like the one where Kurisu is alive. On Reddit, like someone's like, he says that Steins Gate 0 is that one. That's interesting because we know this game came out before Steins Gate 0, if that's true. Okay, yeah. It's when Okabe sent the first email to Daru. And then it got overridden by the Future Gadget Lab. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Okay, well. Anyways, we got hooked up on that. Anyways, into the actual game, Abduction Across the Worlds. I have no expectations. I really don't know what to expect. It's KYOUMA specifically, not Okabe. That has to be an important distinction. And it's the only one that has that much divergence. I'm worried. I'll put it simply. I am worried. I guess without further ado, right? Without further ado, start the scenario. Yes, of course. Thank you, Marvel, for the redeem. Yeah, the name also does make me think of Steins Gate 0 as well, spooky. The usual discomfort, the usual unpleasantness washes over me. My phone is not on silent. I groan instinctively. I return the cell phone held tightly in my right hand back to my pocket, and rub my temples with my left hand. I wonder if it's the world line he moves to after Alpaca Man? I don't think so. As far as I could tell, the Alpaca Man just looped back into main story stuff. Where am I? And I wonder to myself as I look around. Dots. More dots. The lab. It's the lab, right? The usual scenery in the room with me. The usual. But what is the usual? How do I know such a thing? My memories were muddy and unclear. Everything seemed so hazy, my thoughts elusive. Atop of the table in the development room was the usual by 68,000 and old-looking CRT monitor. The monitor is powered off. I slowly move in front of it and peek into the depths of the black screen. Who are you? Oh boy. I ask my face, reflecting off the monitor. I am Okabe Rintaro. Someone said. The person who said it was me, of course. But I can't shake this odd discomfort. The face that I see in the reflection doesn't feel like it's my own. I mean, it's my reflection. It's undoubtedly my own face. I understand it in my head, but for some reason... Who are you? I ask once again to be sure. I received the following response. Wrong. I am not Rintaro Okabe. The voice flowed out my mouth naturally, as if someone was controlling me. I am. My true name is... HOUOUIN KYOUMA! Wah! Naturally. My loud maniacal laughter made the knot inside my chest swiftly melt away. The usual dignified velvet voice felt natural to my ears. Yes, as usual, nothing has changed. This is the Future Gadget Laboratory, aka The Lab, and I am Okabe Rintaro, aka HOUOUIN KYOUMA. Reality as usual, a theorem that needs no proof. It's crazy for real. I pull my cell phone out of my pocket and put it to my right ear. It's me. I've sustained a powerful shockwave attack from the organization, but I'm okay. I managed to reflect it. He's just a little bit delulu. Yeah, just a little bit delulu as a treat. Please. It's hardly worth your concern. It's nothing compared to the brainwashing weapons of the apocalypse of Gaia. Okay, he's clearly gone mad again, but I thought he might have forgot about being Okabe altogether. Stay tuned. No need to worry. No problems here. Yes, understood. El Sai Konguru. Really? Are there really no problems? Well, at least he's not convinced. I once again look around the room. Dots. More dots. Even more dots. It's strange. Why isn't anybody here? I pull out my cell phone again to check the date and time. Friday, August 13th. The time is 4 PM on the dot. I'm pretty sure Kurisu and Dart were here at the lab at this time. What about Mayuri? Or was Mayuri again? As I dug further into my memories, another strange sensation consumed me. How did I not know that today was August 13th? Furthermore, how did I know that Kurisu and Dart were here at the lab at this time? I don't know something I should know, and I do know something I shouldn't. This contradiction, my discomfort, I'm starting to get a bad feeling. The inside of my head was still hazy, and my memories were unclear. It's fine. I'm fine. There's no problem. Keep telling yourself that, sweetie. I reassure myself, walking in front of the refrigerator. In times like this, the best thing to do is chug a drink for intellectuals. Doing so allows me to stimulate the gray matter cells in my brain, eventually making everything clear. I open the refrigerator door and pull out an ice-cold can of Doc P. Oh, to have an ice-cold can of Doc P, but budget cuts happen and I just have water. At least it's cold water. I don't know. Anyways. Thank you for your hard work as always, Mamoru Miyano. Its fresh flavor pierces through the back of my nostrils as I let out a breath. Doc P will never betray me. Okay. And I will never betray Doc P. Wait, what is going on? As fellow doctors, we may be rivals, but we have acknowledged each other's accomplishments and formed a true friendship. Or, I was gonna ask if it's okay, but we know the answer is no. You might be marketed to Marvel. With these relatively useless thoughts filling my mind. Relatively? Only relatively. Anyways, I flop down on the couch. But when I do, something suddenly enters my vision. It was placed on the table in front of the couch. What's this supposed to me? Supposed to me? I understand that it's a sketchbook. I can also see what was drawn in the sketchbook, a character that might appear in an anime like Rainet Kakeru. Perhaps I should have asked, what is this doing here? As I skim through its pages, I see dozens of other illustrations. Each one must have been drawn by a different artist, as each character had their own distinctive touches. Ah, a Zine. Or Zine. Same difference. Was something like this ever here? The corner of my brain throbs painfully. I take another swig of Doc P to drink away the pain. I was gonna tell him that it's non-alcoholic. Moments later, my cell phone rang. With the Doc P in my left hand, I dig down into my pocket with my right hand. I chain his sna? Huh? When I took out the cell phone and opened the messages, I had received 3 messages. All 3 were sent from I chain his snake at egweb.ne.jp. An unfamiliar address. I don't have it in my contacts. I get a bad feeling. My heart began to pound. Don't get anxious over likely spam. Sweat soaked my hands. I take a few deep breaths to calm myself down, then, with shaking fingertips, I press the open button. Prashina, you know what? In DB Locker. What? What is this? Why is that the email, though? Anyways. No, I know exactly what it is. This is clearly a ransom note. Mayuri has been kidnapped. She's been adopted. Just then, the entrance door opened. And I'm going to say something first. I remember how there were 3 Suzuhas in that one world line. Didn't this say something about abduction and like 3 worlds? I think we're gonna have 3 Okabes. I don't want 3 Okabes, but I think that's what's gonna happen. Anyways, the entrance door opened. At first, thinking an enemy had broken into my sanctum, I took the defensive stance, but I was mistaken. Returning home without a care in the world were... We're back. I'm spent. 3 Okabes does indeed sound like a fucking nightmare. And it is indeed at least 1 too many Okabes, but it just was a thought. Where were you? What do you mean, where? Shopping. Shopping? For the party that you were calling the development summit or something? That's why Makise and I went out to get some snack. Oh dear. Why is he... Huh? Dodge suddenly screamed. Daughter tossed the shopping bags to either side of him and ran over to the table looking pale. Oh, He's just being dramatic. Grabbing the sketchbook with both hands, his shoulders tremble. No, oh, Karin! What is this? Daughter opens the sketchbook and holds it out towards me. Ah. It was so drenched in a dark, dirty liquid that it seems the liquid would start dripping out if he squeezed it. I didn't remember hearing soda sounds. The liquid had been absorbed into the paper, making it shriveled and weak. It seems like I accidentally dropped the can of Dr. Pepper. Wait, really? Really? Huh. Interesting. Did they forget that they don't have the license, or did they magically get a license for this game and this game only? This is actually a fucking ad. It might be now. It might be. That would be hilarious. It really would be. Anyways. It seems like I accidentally dropped the can of Dr. Pepper on it when I looked at the message earlier. They got a license for this one piece of dialogue. So true. Which caused the liquid inside to spill onto the sketchbook. Her treasured skeb. Ah, I know what a skeb is. I wish I could do skeb commissions, like actually on skeb. Or you might be referring to something else, but like there's a website called Skeb where like it's like a commission marketplace, and I would like to be able to be on there as an artist, but you do have to have a Japanese bank, which I do not have. Anyways. Skeb? I'm obviously talking about the textbook SMH. It's over. Completely over. Poor Dario. I hereby announce the end of Future Gadget Laboratory. What in the world are you talking about? You know what I'm talking about. I shouldn't have to explain every damn thing to you, Okunin. He's so Saiyan. I was about to ask again, but I refrain. No matter. Indeed, that does not matter at all. Right. Now what's more important? Look, Daru. I'm sorry about the sketchbook, but please, listen to me. Actually, it's quicker if you see it for yourself. You too, Christina. I open up my inbox and hand my cell phone to the two of them. Daru and Kurisu stand shoulder to shoulder and look into the tiny screen. Their faces gradually grow pale. Daru speaks, his eyes wide with horror. Does this mean that Mayuri was abducted? Yes, I believe so. By DB locker. Are they talking about the lockers in front of Dainbiru? So they're saying they want us to put you know what there in exchange for Mayuri. But what is you know what? Maybe perhaps a little bit of an IBM 5100. I don't know. Okay. You don't know? But if you don't know what you know what is, then my issue will be... Shut up! Can you see I'm trying to figure it out? Do you have an idea what the Sorry, Kurisu. Do you have an idea who the perpetrator might be? I do, but only one. The Rounders. And if they are responsible, I can safely assume what you know what is. You grabs him, defenestrates him. Anyways, the IBM 5100. Wait, hold on. How do I know this? I grimace as my headache surges once again. Okabe. Do you know something? Unfortunately, no. I thought it better not to talk about my idea just yet. I couldn't be certain, and since my memories were still foggy, I didn't think I could adequately explain my rationale. What about you two? Do either of you recognize the account name attached to this email address? I chained his snake. Kurisu and daughter stand there with their arms crossed, their eyes wandering as they thought, but eventually they both shook their heads. The broken English roughly translates to restrain his snake, but that's not exactly helpful. Yeah, that doesn't exactly narrow things down. Honestly, the premise is so obvious it's a wonder that A, they're only now playing with it, and 2, you didn't think of it after all these hours of other Steins Gate stuff. That's fair. If we have a lead, I'd say it's that this is a D-mail. Huh? Look, the 36-byte text message is split into 3 separate messages, right? I snag my cell phone out of Kurisu's hands and check the text message inbox again. Are you telling me you didn't notice? What nonsense! Of course I noticed! How can you laugh like that during an emergency situation? Precisely because it is an emergency. I squeeze my palms tightly, so as to hide the trembling of my hands. So, does that mean this ransom note was sent from the future? Apparently. Why? How? Are you saying the perpetrator used the phone within this lab at some point in the future? I don't know. Which raises the question, has Mayuri already been kidnapped? It's possible that the past from the future standpoint is still the future from the present standpoint, right? In Japanese, please. Nihongo de oke. Listen, if the ransom note was sent as a D-mail, then Mayuri will be abducted soon. This is me realizing there's literally 2 redeems that are Steins Gate references in my little channel point redeems. Like, I of course already knew, but it's like, oh yeah, there's 2 of them. Wow. There's a lot more that are on stars though, but those are sound alerts. Anyways. I see. Then that would mean... Have you called Mayushi and tried to get in touch with her somehow? Dots. Are you kidding me? I couldn't help it. I received the message just moments before you guys came back. Then hurry up and call her. Hurry. Okay, I know the drill. Wait a sec. What is this sound? It sounds like Mayushi's cell phone. Her ringtone. Following the sound, we scour the office for its source. It doesn't take long to find it. When I removed Upa cushion from the couch, there it was. Mayuri's cell phone. I'll address Spooky's comment when he's back from ads. That idiot. She left her phone. This isn't good. Then why don't you try calling Lukashi? What are the odds that Lukaku's phone is also here? I think greater than it should be. Okay. Hello, this is Irishibana. Lukako, is Mayuri there with... I'm afraid I can't pick up the phone right now. God damn it. Dang. Damn, voicemail. So please leave a message after the beep. It's me, KYOUMA. I'm looking for Mayuri. Will you receive this? Call me ASAP. Voicemail? Yeah. Silence descends. I can hear the sound of cicadas from somewhere. A motorcycle passes by outside the window. As that sound faded, Daru spoke up. Hey, why don't we try contacting the kidnapper directly? We know that their address is I-chain his snake. I'm sorry, I can't take that seriously. Why did they choose that? But the I-chain his snake that sent the message is the I-chain his snake of the future, isn't it? What a long, boring name. We'll just call them Ix for now. Ix is valid. Ix. Or Ikusu. I'll just go with that. Ikusu. Their initials. ICHS. Ixu. It also sounds like X. An unknown variable. Anyway, I think we should try sending a message. I agree. At this point, we have no other leads. Yeah, I know that's also German. Genie motherfucking, oh dear. I think trying to observe the enemy's movements is a sound strategy. But what should the message say? Maybe just a simple, I want to talk would be enough. Don't mention a thing about Mayuri or you know what. I couldn't decide. Should I or should I not send Eeks a message? What if contacting them causes nothing to happen to Mayuri? Of course, we don't know if Mayuri has been kidnapped yet, or whether she'll even be kidnapped at all. But it's clear that something poses an imminent threat to Mayuri. I don't think this message is just a prank. For one thing, it's a D-mail. I sent it across time. It seems certain to me that something terrible has happened, or is about to happen. But that also means that waiting around doing nothing won't guarantee Mayuri's safety either. Besides, the idea that someone, other than a landman, sent this email, something we've glossed over because of the immediate threat of the ransom note, is troubling as well. This is a dangerous situation that could have major impacts on the history of the world. We gotta find out who this X is, no matter what. So there was only one response I could give. Understood. Who are you? I want to talk. Okay. I wonder how long it's been since I sent the message. 5 minutes? 6? 7? Still no reply. I watch the second hand of the clock on the wall tick the time away. There's nothing to be gained by sitting around waiting. We need to action. I think that's accurate, but it just still sounds weird. Anyway. Kurisu spoke, as if to dispel the heavy atmosphere that had overtaken the room. I'll go check out Yanabayashi Shrine. So Okabe, you keep an eye on the coin lockers. The kidnapper may show up. What about you know what? Well, if you don't know what it is, there's not much we can do, right? You want me to go empty-handed? If you don't like it, why don't you take a box of sweets with you? What about me? You stay here, Hashida. Mayuri might come back. Okie dokie. Okay, call me if anything happens. I'll do the same on my end. Roger that. Upon my response, Kurisu left the lab. I thought of following her out, but I stopped right before I opened the door and turned around. And there's something I had to confirm. What's going on? I'm just checking on something. I deflect his question and move into the development room. I turned to the shelves to see a big, recognizable cardboard box. Inside it was the IBN 5100. And it's here, in this world line. I breathed a small sigh of relief. Bro, this suit is really you-know-what. We're going to be in some real trouble. Anyway, there's no way I could let this fall into the enemy's hands. After returning the box to its proper place, I hurry out to the coin lockers in front of the Daibiru. Nope. It's been about an hour since I started my surveillance. I hid in the shadows, watching closely, but there's no sign of Eeks. I've already received a call from Kurisu. Nikako was, in fact, at Yanabayashi Shrine. Apparently he couldn't pick up because he was in the bathroom. But that's not important. The problem is what Kurisu said after that. Mayuri wasn't there. I swallow my saliva. As loath as I am to admit it, the fact made the ransom note significantly more credible. Could Mayuri have been kidnapped on her way to Yanabayashi Shrine? Kurisu said that she'd check other places where Mayuri might go and hung up the phone. My heartbeat accelerates. My stomach starts throbbing in pain. Just a moment later, Nikako called. Nakase-san told me everything. I got your voicemail too. I'll help you look for Mayuri-chan. Nikako spoke with worry in his voice, which only made me feel more restless. After I had finished my conversation, I heard a cell phone ring. But it wasn't mine. It was Mayuri's. I guess I unconsciously put it in my pocket after finding I found it at the lab. The caller ID displayed to Lukaku. Kurisu probably didn't mention that Mayuri had left her cell phone behind. That's why Lukaku was calling. I didn't pick up. I thought it better to preserve the remaining battery. It's possible Mayuri's phone might receive a more critical party. I wanted to save the battery just in case. Afterwards, I tried calling Ferris, but she didn't know where Mayuri was either. I started to check May Queen Yan, but his luck wasn't any better. When I called Mayuri's home, her mother picked up. She said Mayuri hadn't come home yet. I decided not to mention Mayuri's abduction to her so as to not scare her. All of this has happened in the last hour. I take a bite of the sweet red bean-filled onpon in my hand and wash it down with packaged milk to mitigate my stress. Now I want onpon! Another 5 minutes pass, but nobody who looks like they might be the kidnapper arrives. I throw the rest of the bread in my mouth and down the remainder of the milk. All that remained in my hand were the wrapper from the bread and the empty pack of milk. In other words, trash. I looked around for a place to throw them away, but couldn't find a trash bin anywhere near. Left with no other choice, I twist the bread wrapper and the milk pack together into a stick shape and stick the garbage stick into the pocket of my lab coat. But as I did, my fingertips were greeted with something unexpected. Paper. A piece of paper is in my pocket. I slowly pull it out. It looked like an ad for something. An advertisement folded into quarters. Yeah, trying to find out info on the hat symbol, you learned that Daddy is only 5'4"? Normally I find out, like, anime characters that are small are actually taller than me. Like, most of Rabbids and All-Stars are actually taller than me, like 50% of them. So, to find out that Daru is shorter than me... How tall is Lukako? How tall is everyone else? Huh? I need to drink some water after that. What do you mean is 5'4"? What does it say he is in centimeters? I wonder if maybe someone did bad math? 164. Okay, yeah. What the fuck? How tall is Okabe? How tall is... I'm gonna look this up on my phone. You're too slow with things. I happen to have the Steins Gate Wikipedia up, so I guess that works. Oh, Kurisu's right there. Checking Kurisu first. Okay, Kurisu is 5'3". She is literally only 4 centimeters shorter than Daru, which is not how they look on their sprites. Suzuha is... You're trying to tell me Suzuha and Daru are the same height. I don't buy it. How tall is Okabe? Okabe's right there. Hello, sir. Please tell me your height. That makes sense. He is 5'10". That makes a little bit of sense, I guess. He seems like he would be at least 6 foot, but you know, I guess 5'10" is still close at least. Oh, I'm sorry. He's 5'4.5", actually. Spooky. Like, I guess in CGs, it makes sense. Like, I can kind of brain it, but like, I need to see everyone lined up together. Yeah, okay. Seeing them actually lined up, it does make sense, but... Yeah, seeing them actually lined up, like, it's a lot more believable. But like, with the CGs, he just seems so massive. Maybe he's just zoomed in. Maho is only 4... Why is she so small? She's been robbed. She's been robbed of height. Why is Maho so tiny? Maho deserves better. She deserves to be at least 4'10". And Maho for ants stop. Okay, anyways, we got hella sidetracked there. Moving on with life. What do you call a flyer? On the flyer was written the following. Surprisingly, not Doc P. 8th Regional Akiba Invention Contest. You know what rings a bell for that? The Last Station Expo. I don't know if anyone remembers that. It was from Rebirth 1. Of course, mages had to have an entry. But I'm just throwing that info out there. Grand prize, a whopping 3 million. Damn. Even in yen, that's a lot. The way the English is just slapped on top. Yeah, they put so much effort to localize it. Entry period, August 1st to 31st, 2010. Let your innovation build the future. Grand prize, 3 million. Just then, someone hit me in the shoulder from behind. As I jumped and turned around, standing there was... Christina. I really scared you. I didn't jump out of fear. I was merely taking a counterattack stance. I'm gonna say that every time I get startled. You didn't startle me, I was just getting into a counterattack stance. In today yen to today dollars, that's 20 grand. That's the vast majority of a brand new Corolla, damn. Like, I knew either way, it's still a lot of money, but it just doesn't sound as grand, you know? Ironic, since it is grand, but... You do that at work and get called out for making a Steins Gate reference, oh dear. You may have not noticed, but I nearly struck you 3 times, stopping just a hair's distance from your nose. You're lucky to be alive. So, where's Eeks? Are you listening to me? Doesn't look like anyone's shown up yet. I nodded, lightly biting the inside of my cheek. Indeed. I can imagine continuing to surveil this place will be very helpful. Why is that? Ix is likely waiting for us to contact them before they make a move. Unless they receive a message from us saying, you know what is in locker number such and such. There's no reason for them to be here. Besides, what about the key? They can't very well open a locker without one. Eeks will most likely instruct us on how to hand over the key. That's when we make our move. So, why don't you try it? Huh? Try contacting them. Send Ix another message. One that says, you know what is in the locker number such and such. You want me to lie? Kurisu nods. When suddenly the phone rang. Not mine, but Mayuri's. I pulled it out to see one unread message. From Lukako. I opened it and read the following. It was a message concerning Mayuri's safety. Where are you, Mayuri? Everyone's worried and looking for you. Please answer. Perhaps he decided to send her a message after calling her so many times without an answer. It's certainly admirable. But, no offense to Lukako, it's not going to help us get Mayuri back. Kurisu, looking at my screen over my shoulder, also looks disappointed. I sighed and closed the message from Lukako. And as I was about to put away Mayuri's cell phone... Wait! Kurisu stops me. Can I look at the message one more time? Not the message itself, but the inbox. I want to see the sender information. I comply and open the messages inbox. There were 4 separate messages. At the very top was the message from Lukako that we just received. But what are the ones below it? These 3 messages all lined up. Sidekick. Huh? Do you mail? I knew it. There were 3 consecutive messages from senders not listed in her contact list, so I had a hunch. What do they mean? What? The 3 messages. What do they mean? What? How should I know? They're obviously gibberish. You mean they're misconverted? Or encrypted? Encrypted. I get an unpleasant taste on the tip of my tongue. As if the milk I drank earlier had stuck to my mouth and gone sour. Who's the sender? Is it someone other than Ix? It's a different address. A different domain even. This comes from taboo.co.jp, so... It's between... them. It's been sent from a PC. I think so. Do you recognize the name, Sidekick? I shake my head without a word. Which is asking me that she probably isn't familiar with it either. Still. What the hell is going on? How could we be dealing with 2 consecutive emails sent by non-lab mems? Well, they may be consecutive. We discovered them in reverse order. This email was received at 3:18 p.m., right? Whereas the one from Eeks was received at 4:03 p.m. Meaning that sidekick sent their demo before Eeks did. Hey, is it 4C? Shut up! Just pipe down for a sec. This is important. The fuck? You looking for an ass-kicking? Excuse me? I put my ID cell phone in my pocket and turns around. And turns around! Yep, it's that fucker. Shido. I like that he had very little to do with the actual, like, original game, and then here he is for a second time already. Why are you relevant here, Shido? And no one cares about you. Like, he doesn't even make it into the anime, like, last I was aware. So, anyways. There. A man stands shining in front of me, as if Gaia had whispered his beautiful purpose to him on the wind. Okay. Wait. I recognize this guy. I dig deep into my memories. As I stare at the man's face, squinting my eyes, a streak light descended upon me. The 4D! Eeks was you! Huh? Where's Mairi? Where is she? I grabbed the 4D's shoulders. It's roughly shaking him left and right and back and forth. Yo, fuck! Stop! Let go, man! Wait, what's going on, Okabe? Shut up! Just keep quiet. Who the hell is Mairi? Don't play stupid 4D. No, Eeks. Who the hell is Eeks? And my name's not the 4D. The I changed his snake account name is yours. Admit it. No, 4D is not a typo. They wouldn't keep it up at this point. And also he just said that's not his name, so... Someone help me! This guy's crazy! So true, he is. Is that true? You really don't know? I fucking told you I don't know anything. 4D violently knocked my hands away from him when... Yeah, away from it when at the anything part. He creates a short distance between us. I lower my line of sight and see that the 4D was holding something unsettling. Something like a crowbar. In fact, it was a crowbar. What is with this world eye? Crowbar, get hit, die. After the succession of thoughts bolts through my mind, I strike the wait, no need to be rash pose. Then I speak. Wait, no need to be rash. What do you want? You really don't know anything about the message? Okabe. Yes. What Eeks sent was the email. Whether he's Eeks or not, he wouldn't know anything about a message that won't be sent until the future, right? Hey, what are you two rambling about? I don't have a consistent voice for Shido, and I'm not sorry. Okay, so let me ask you one thing. No, let me see one thing. Your cell phone. And why the hell would I do that? Wait. His name, they put it as 4D, and no. I thought for about 2 seconds, then I spoke. You're always at the forefront of the street scene, so I thought you may have the coolest, most badass looking phone. And that's a lie, of course. But the 4D easily fell for my ruse, relaxing into a grin and heading over his cell phone. His cell phone was a model that didn't support the carrier that Eeks was using. I can believe him. I give him an honest apology. I'm sorry about that. I had the wrong person. Wrong person won't cut it, asshole! Nana, please, keep your cool. I can't read. By the way, 4D. It's Shido! Oh, right. Shido. I knew it was some abbreviation of 4 degrees. I just forgot it was Celsius. Hold up. How do you even know about me? I know because I know. I'm not sure why. By the way, Shido, what are you doing here? That's my line. You've been lurking around here for like an hour, right? You're getting in the way of my job. Get the hell out of here. Or else, you'll end up swallowed by my brutal dark aura. What is this job? Don't tell me. Eeks hired you and... This is wrong. I'm not hired by anyone. I'm the Lord of the Stylish. No one can ever dare challenge my rank. Oh fuck. That was sudden. Shido caught a glimpse of something over my shoulder and turned around and ran away. When I turned around, I saw a police car. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. It drove by slowly for a bit, then moved along as if nothing had happened. Who was that guy? I might have met him in another world line. What do you mean? Sorry. I don't really know. My memories are all foggy. I don't know what kinds of world lines I've experienced thus far, nor do I know what kind this one is. Well, Okabe, we're on the same boat with that one, for better or worse. Actually, let me ask you, do you know what kind of world line is this? Yeah, that's fair, Kurisu, that's fair. Do you know Suzuha? Amane Suzuha? Of course. The girl that worked part-time at the Bron Tube workshop, right? Not the past tense. Worked. Past tense, huh? God damn it, I don't... Of all the people to share the brain cell right now with, it's not the obviously really insane Okabe that I want to be sharing the brain cell with. Well, she did quit a few days ago. What about Radican's satellite? I don't see how it's related, but it suddenly disappeared. Well... No. Of course. A heavy weight presses down on my chest. The IBM 5100 was in the lab's development room. That would mean that. It was just a guess, but when confronted with the reality in front of my eyes, my chest started to hurt. Is Akiba filled with moe?
Huh?
Huh? Wait. No need to answer that. I've already seen it on my way here. The town's filled with moe-centric shops. Anime, Toranana, Mandara, Gamers, Lamtara, Melon Books, Asobit City, they're all here.
だから
So,
何
what?
ルカ子は男か
It's like a Koa guy. I ignore her question to ask my own.
そう聞いたけど
That's what I've heard.
や
But
っぱ
that
り
has to be
違うの
false, right?
いや男だ
No, he's a guy.
男
Well,
のはず
should be a guy, anyway.
そうでなければ
Otherwise,
マイリの携帯
Mari's contact list wouldn't list him as
ルカ君と登
Lukaku.
録されているはずがない
Oh yeah, huh?
もしもあいつが
If you were a girl, the name
登
would
録名は
read
ルカ
Luka-chan.
おかしい
分かった
Okay,
分か
okay.
ったわ
Kudisi responded, looking fed up.
今あんたが話したこ
I
と
couldn't understand 90% of what you just told me, but I do understand the remaining
残りの
1%.
1% については分かったとにかく
You're saying your so-called reading
リーディングしたい
Steiner
な
is
とかいう
activated,
やつを
right?
発動したのねあんたは別の世
You
界線
sent a
の
email
ど
in
こ
some
かで
different
E
world line and found yourself in this one as a
その
result.
この世界線へと移動してきたと
No,
違う
you're wrong,
クリスティ
Christina.
ナ
It's not that
そんなに単純
simple.
なものでもないと言っても
Though, I must admit, I only realized it myself a little while ago. I lightly pushed up the bridge of the glasses I'm not wearing and continue.
よく聞け女子
Listen carefully, assistant.
俺はおそらく
I'm most likely. Time leaped here. A moment of silence. Kudisi froze like villager A under a petrification spell, but she eventually let out a breath and spoke. You're lying.
嘘
嘘ではない
It's not. It's no lie.
冗談でしょ
Then it's a joke, right?
冗談でもない
It's not a joke.
俺
I
は
traveled back from the future of this timeline to right before 4 p.m.
16時ちょっと前へと時間を遡ってきたんだ
タイムリープマシ
You
ン
mean
を
you
使っ
used the
たって
time
いう
leap
の
machine?
そうだ
That's right.
どうして
Why?
実験は
He
しない
said
って
we
言っ
wouldn't
たじゃない
experiment. Ah, yes.
理由はわからん
I don't know why.
覚えて
Or
な
I
い
don't remember.
その割にはさっ
You
きの
didn't seem
話
to have much trouble remembering when you were talking to that guy earlier.
別の世界線で
It
の
seems you remember
出来事について
everything that
覚え
occurred
て
in
る
other
みたいな
world
口ぶりだっ
lines.
た
ああそうだ
Yeah, that's right.
だが
But I don't know anything about this
この世界線の
one.
何もわからないんだよ
I pulled out the flyer from earlier and held it up in front of Krisi's eyes.
このチラシは何だ
Like, what is this flyer? Talking about a Vachug contest? I don't remember putting anything like this in my pocket. Same with the sketchbook. Something like that shouldn't exist in our sacred future gadget laboratory. In Mayuri. I don't remember any history in which Mayuri gets kidnapped. I don't know anything. Thoughts. As I finished my frustrated rant, Kurisu lowered her eyes and looked away sadly. An advertisement truck for a net cafe passes by, blaring its annoying message at us. Even after it had passed, things never really went silent. The bustle of the city bounced around in between the buildings.
失敗したんだ
I failed. Failed?
記憶データの転送ミス
There was a mistake transferring your memory
ペースト
data,
に失敗したの
a
よ
copy and paste error.
もしかしたら
So it may be that your hypothesis was correct.
過去へ転送した
You
データ
remember
が
saying, there's a possibility the memory data we transmit to the past could be fractured by some error.
そう言ったでしょ
それで俺は
Are you saying that I
記憶喪失
have amnesia?
わからない
You don't know.
わからな
I
いけど
don't know. But it is a
可能性
possibility.
の一つとしては考えられないこともないわいずれにせよ
In
確か
any
なこ
rate,
とが一
one
つだ
thing
け
is
あ
for
る
certain. The time lane machine is defective.
欠陥品だったってこと
いやそんなはずは
No,
ない
that's not possible. It was working properly in the other world
正常に機能
lines.
していたんだ
じゃあ
Then,
この世界
I
線での
must have made a
私が
mistake
ミスったん
in
で
this
す
world line.
何
I
ら
must
か
have
の
produced some
重大な
critical
バグを
bug.
取りこぼしてしまったのよ
Thoughts. I look up to see a crimson sky. The night was slowly creeping toward us from the east.
ねえ岡部
Hey, Okabe.
もう一度だ
I'll
け
ask
聞く
you
けど
one more time.
本当
Are
に
you sure you don't remember anything before your time leap?
覚えてないの？
I nodded.
それって
That's,
なんていうか
well,
ちょっと
kinda bad,
まずいんじゃない？
どういうこと
What do you mean?
さっきも言ったけど
Like I said, you
岡部は
declared
タイムリ
earlier
ープ
that
マ
you
シン
wouldn't
の
run
実
any
験はし
time
な
leap
いって
machine
宣言したわ
experience,
よ
didn't
ね
you?
にもかかわらず
But in spite of that, you used the machine to come back to just before 4 p.m.
ってことは
Meaning
タイムリ
that
ー
we
プす
can
る
assume
直前
something
に
critical
何か
happened right
深刻
before
な
you
事態が
time
発生
leaped.
したと考えられるわ。きっとそのせいで
Something that probably forced you to use the
追い
machine.
込まれたのよ。
My flesh crawls at her words. I felt every sweat gland on my body open up.
しつこいようだけど
I know I'm being persistent, but try to remember one more time.
タイムリープする前に
What
何があった
happened
のか
before you time leaped?
つまり
Or should I ask?
こ
What
れ
is
から何が
about
起
to
こるのか
happen?
どうしてもダメなら
If you don't know where to
まずは
start,
取っかかり
try
として
starting with what you were doing at the
この時
first
刻に何をしてたか
at this time in the
そこから
world
順を追って
and
辿ってみる
going
のも
on
一
from
つの手
there. I can read so good. And look at my watch. It's 6:13. What was I doing at this time?
そうだクリスティーナ
That's right.
俺はお
I
前
went out shopping with you,
買い出しに出
Christina.
かけたんだ
買い出しって
Shopping?
何の
For what?
開発評議会
For the
の
development summit. I decided to not use the time leap machine. But we still wanted to celebrate finishing it, so we decided to throw a party and call it a development summit.
おかしい
And that's
だっ
odd.
て買い出しだった
Hashida and
ら
I had
さっ
already
き
gone
私と橋
shopping.
田が
ああそうだ
Yes, that's right.
この
In this
世界
world line
で
you
は
have.
そういうことになっているようだしかし
But in the world line I'm familiar with, you and I were the ones to go shopping. So what happened after that in your world line?
その世界線では
After we finished shopping, we returned to the lab. There were 3 delivery pizza boxes stacked on top of the table.
3枚も
3 of them?
誰が食べる
Who
の
was gonna eat all that?
愚問だな
A silly question.
橋田がほとんど
Hashida put away most of it, didn't he?
その通り
Correct. Thought it was the one who ordered the pizza while we were out
俺
shopping.
とお前が買い出しに行っている間に注文を
その後は
And what after that?
その後は
After that.
その後
After that.
と
During the party. We left the TV on. And heard an emergency news report. Oh no.
Eh?
What? No, no. Oh no, no, no. What is it?
何があったっていうの
What happened? Man, these quotation marks are just having a mind of their own, huh? A memory buried deep below the others. A scar that I thought had already healed. Resurrects. Vividly. And as if gouging its way out of me. No, wait. Don't panic. Just calm down. That was from another world line, right? It didn't happen here, where we have a sketchbook in the lab, and where I'm carrying a flyer for an invention contest. While I managed to convince my head, I couldn't calm down the trembling in my chest. My heart is beating like crazy. Viscous sweat poured from my body. What do I do? What do I need to do whatever it takes to keep Mayuri safe. Then there's only one thing to do. D-mail. I quickly take out my cell phone and call Daru. Daru, it's me. Okarin, did you find Maishi? Not yet. But there's one way I can. That is... It's D-mail. I'll use D-mail.
ちょっと岡部
Wait, Okabe. Just shut up. Daru, get the phone wave name subject to change ready ASAP. Okay. Who and when are we sending it to? We're sending to my cell phone. The time. When was the last time you're sure Mayuri was in the lab? 3:16. I checked my cell phone call history earlier, so I'm sure of it. What do you mean? I remembered that when I was shopping with Makiseshi earlier. I gave Mayashi a call. Makiseshi and I were arguing about which snacks to get, so I called Mayashi to pick for us. And you're sure she was in the lab at that time? Yep. When I asked, you're not at Lucas Shi's place yet, she told me. I'm heading out in a little bit. Alright. Then send an email to that time. I'll leave the math to you. Roger. Good thing we magic modded it. Magic mod? What is he talking about? I asked, but I received no response. Dodo already let go of the cell phone, and it seems like he's making preparations. Whatever, I know what I need to do. I have to write an email. I decided to borrow Mayuri's cell phone since mine was occupied with the call to Daru. Phone wave-chan. The recipient is, of course, the phone wave name subject to change. This is my message. Keep Mayuri into stop kidnapping. Hey Okabe, you need to calm down and think about this. I am calm. You don't look it. The utmost priority right now is to secure Mayuri's safety. We still haven't determined that she's been kidnapped, but at this point, the facts didn't matter. As long as I send this email, Mayuri will. Okarin, we're ready. Alright, phone wave name subject to change. Activate. I hear this battering sound of sparks from the phone. Here comes the electrical discharge. Roger. I take Mayuri's cell phone and press send. The faded world distorts into forms. A piercing pain explodes deep inside my ears, and I grip my teeth. I lose balance and grasp onto a nearby roadside tree. I can feel people's suspicious eyes on me from all around. My dizziness eventually subsided, and the world regained its color. I let go of the tree, shook my head, and looked around in a circle. This is in front of the UDX. Then right behind me. KYOUMA, what's wrong, Kyo? A cat girl was standing there. Hello, you know her name? Ferris. Why are you here? What do you mean, why? I've been here all along, Nyang. I didn't quite understand the situation. I wasn't even sure why I was here in the first place. However, I certainly knew what had happened. Greetings, Steiner. The world line has changed. Right. Mayuri. What happened to Mayuri? I look to my left as I mutter. Mayuri's cell phone, which I held in my hand just a minute ago, had disappeared. Checking my pockets yield only that flyer and my cell phone. I opened it up and called Mayuri. It's Mayushi. Mayuri! Wow, Okarin, you're so loud. Are you mad at me? No, never could be mad at you. I'm not mad. Of course I wasn't mad. As I take a deep sigh of relief, I put my hand back on the blah 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 blah. I put my hand back on the nearby tree. Mayuri. Where are you? The lab. I went back. My cell phone battery died, so I couldn't contact you. Sorry. I don't really know what she's talking about. And by the way, Chris-chan is at the lab too. She just got back. I'm just getting more confusing. But whatever. Mayuri's on the phone with me now. I know where she is, the lab. Mayuri's at the lab. That's enough for me. Mayuri, stay at the lab. Don't go anywhere, okay? Oh, okay. After I hung up, I gave Ferris, who was standing there puzzled, a simple farewell, then rushed to the lab. Why not take her with you to the lab? I arrive in front of the Ron Tube workshop. I fly up the stairs beside it and throw open the door. I step inside to see Mayuri, with her hands covered in breadcrumbs. No, welcome back, Karin. After she greeted me, Mayuri starts chewing on the breadcrumbs stuck to her fingertips. The cold lump that was in my chest melts away. As I let out a large breath, I wipe the sweat off my forehead with the back of my hand. Mayuri, there's a flaw in your rhetoric. That greeting is simply tautology. Hello? Ma? Welcome back, Karin equals welcome back in Okarin, yes. Thus, welcome back, Karin Okarin means welcome back in Okarin times 2, making it grammatically awkward. I'm having to think about this, and I don't really want to. But, so welcome back in Japanese is okaeri, so okairin versus okarin. So okairin equals okairin and okarin. Thus, okairin okarin means okaeri plus okarin times 2. Okay, I think that helped me understand what was happening. It is grammatically awkward, but what is the point of talking about this, Okabe? Only Okuri would get this pedantic. So true. But what he just said was definitely tautological. I guess so. But it's kind of like make queen yan yan, so it sounds kind of cute. Mayuri gives me a carefree smile. Her logic is beyond me, but that's a good thing. These unpredictable interactions are the true essence of this lab, and provide the serendipity necessary for gadget development. What's more, I was simply happy to regain her usual everyday life. So, why does your hand look like a hoodie man? Huh? I would say that her hand looks like that because it's a hand. Oh, this? These are breadcrumbs. You know, red. I can see that. I'm asking why. Probably cut this Okabe. She was eating bread. No, I was helping Daru. What? Okay, now I'm confused. Marty's breadcrumb-ridden fingertips point toward the kitchen. When I turn to look, I see a man resembling a barrel standing in front of the stove. Please be normal about your friends, Okabe, please. It was Daru. With his back hunched, he looks even more like a barrel than usual. Please be nice to him. What are you doing, Daru? I was inspired by Maini-chan. Maini-chan? Maini-chan is the cooking idol my mind, SMH. Look, I know Japan is literally a foreign culture, but what? That's fair.
つまり
Meaning, we're cooking for the development summit. We went and brought snacks already, but that's hardly enough, is it? At this point in our game of conversation catch, we've thrown the ball back and forth 3 times, but I still haven't the foggiest idea what it's talking about. I ask a follow-up question.
なぜお前が作る必要
Why do you need to cook? Am I not allowed to cook?
悪くはないが
You can, but
ピザはどう
what about the pizza? I remember that in the other world line. Daddy was supposed to have ordered 3 pizzas for delivery. I would think those would more than suffice to feed the development summit. Then Mayuri answered. Mayuri spoke with her hands still up in the air like a surgeon. Pizza Rat was closed today. That's a lovely name for a pizza place.
休み
Closed. Is today a holiday or something? No, they didn't plan it or anything. But I had a close date to an incident, apparently. Daru nods with his back still turned to me. Pizza Rat sounds like an eatery you've been to. It does sound like a place you would go, Catman. No wonder what happened. Did they run out of pizza sauce, or...? This isn't possible. Anyway, Pizza Rat was closed. So when Maishi said, I want Kitchen Jira's Menchi Katsu instead, Daru-kun said, then I'll make them. Maine-chan was actually making Menchikatsu on yesterday's show. I actually recorded onto a hard disk, so I figured I'd make it along with her as I rewatched it. Fair enough. That's when Maishi decided to help out. I look at the TV to see a cute girl, supposedly Maine-chan, frozen in place with her index finger pointed up. They've paused their recording. Tyler returns to his position in front of the stove and checks the oil temperature inside the tempura pot. Mayuri goes back to her spot too. Sitting next to daughter, she sprinkles breadcrumbs over meatballs mixed with flour and egg. Is it okay for me to leave them on their own devices? A moment of worry enters my mind. Where is Kurisu in all this? I peek into the development room and... she's there. Kurisu is sitting in front of a PC monitor typing away at the keyboard. I sneak up behind her. Did you get first post? Miss Kuriko Hane Kamehameha. What? How did you know? Kurisu, in a rush, shuts off the monitor and stands up with her arms spread open what's behind her. With my demon eye, seeing through such flimsy secrets is a piece of cake. It's not like browsing ad. Not like browsing ad channel. I was just looking something up. Looking something up? The time leap machine is already complete. What more do you need to look up? Kurisu bites her lip, looking annoyed. Her eyes wandered as she looked for some way to change the subject. Anyway, good for you. What is? About Mayuri. I'm clueless. She's not supposed to know anything about the ransom note, or that Mayuri had gone missing in another timeline. And it's not just Kurisu. There's no way Daru and Mayuri would know. I peek over at the kitchen. The two of them sang along joyfully as they fought in their meatballs. First you fry it, then you try it, Menchikatsu. Here comes the cabbage bean. Maishi, what is a cabbage bean? Huh? You don't know, Daru? The cabbage beam is. Peace had returned to our everyday life. But these peaceful days would crumble at the slightest divergence in the world line. I understood that all too well. What if something happens after this? There's no guarantee that it won't. To make sure we're prepared, I may need to explain things to Kurisu at least. With this on my mind, I turned back toward the development room and spoke. Hey, Christina. Do you have a moment? I let Christina... Did I really say Christina? Said Kurisu. I led Kurisu down the staircase and out to the front of the Bronte workshop. What's so important that you had to take me out here? Well, the truth is, I told Kurisu about my experience in previous world lines. There's no way to do so without mentioning that I timed the leap, but for some reason, Kurisu accepted that with little hesitation. Today is a different world line. The workshop next to us is supposed to close early, but in this one they're still open. Inside, the lights shine bright, and the 42-inch CRT in the back is turned on. The owner, Mr. Braun, is also present. He stands opposingly as he watches the news. I see. I understand. I hate to say this after such a thorough explanation, but this is actually the second time I've heard this. Second time? Yep, second time. Anyway, I understand the gist of the situation. I also understand what happened to you. But there's one thing I want to confirm. What happened to the D-mail? The ransom message that Eek sent. It should be gone. Eddie hasn't been abducted in this timeline. Or so I think as I open my cell phone. As I thought, the ransom letter that Eek sent via D-mail had disappeared without a trace. Looks like it's gone. I suddenly realized Kurisu's standing next to me. She looks at my cell phone screen and sees something that catches her attention. Hey, what are these 3 messages? They also look like a D-mail. Oh yeah. It must be the D-mail I sent from Mayuri's phone in the previous world line. I open the messages to confirm. Kidnapping. Just stop. Keep Mayuri. It was just as we thought. Keep Mayuri in to stop kidnapping. When my past self saw this email, he must have set us on the path to this world line. And that's why Mayuri's in the lab right now. That's why she's able to stand in the kitchen and sing a song about Menchikatsu. There are no problems. Absolutely none. Except for the one thing that bugged me. Odd. What is? These 3 messages are all received at 3:20 PM today. I sent these messages around 6:20 in the previous world line. But I let Daru decide where on the time we should send them to. He told me that he was sure Mayuri was in the lab at 3:16, so that's when I wanted the D-mails to be sent. And you're saying they ended up being sent to 3:20 instead? Yeah. So, what's so odd about that? The phone wavename subject to change is supposedly only able to adjust its time in increments of 1 hour. How far a Gmail is sent back at the time is based on the timer. 1 second on the timer corresponds to 1 hour at a time. By the way, assistant, how many hours back from 6:20 is 3:20? 3. 3. Correct. Which means Dodger set the phone wavename subject to change timer to 3 seconds.
3秒でセットしたということになる。一方
However, based on our experiments thus far, we have determined that it is impossible to send email 1 hour back.
なぜならこの時
That is because, if the timer on the phone wavelength had to change, except for only 1 second, it doesn't say active long enough for the electric discharge to
放電
occur.
現象が起こらないからだ。では3秒で
So, what if it's set for 3 seconds? The electric discharge occur between those 3 seconds?
さらにその間に
Furthermore, during that window of time, I would have needed to press send on Mayuri's phone.
どうだろう。
What do you think?
俺は誰が
Could I have possibly pressed send within 3 seconds of daughter activating the phone when it's subject to
送
change?
信ボタンを押すことができたのだろうか。答えは今だ。
The answer is no.
確
It
実に
definitely took more than 3 seconds, but for some reason.
ところがどういうわけか。
はいはいはいはい
Okay, okay,
わかった
okay,
わかった
okay. I get it, I get
もう十
it.
分よ。
That's enough. Please
それ
stop
以上言わな
talking.
くても大丈夫。答え
Do you want to
教えて
know
あげましょうか。
why?
答え
Why?
簡単なことよ。
It's easy.
電
The
話レ
favor
ン
was
ジが
upgraded
改
to
良され
convert
た
1
の。
second on the timer to real 1 second in time.
現実の1分に換算されるようにね。だから3
Looks
時
like
間
the
前
demon
に
was
E メールを
successfully
送る
sent
こと
3
が可
hours
能だ
into
った
the
の。
past.
3時間は
3 hours is
180分。
180 minutes.
柏田
I
は
should
単
have
に
just
タ
set
イ
the
マー
timer to 180
180秒に
seconds.
設定しただけ。
180
180 seconds is enough time to generate the electrical charge. So that's how it is. Gracie nods.
改良したのは誰だ。
Who upgraded it?
もちろん私。
Me, of course.
ではと
Then may I ask why you didn't make that upgrade in other world
別の
lines?
世界線ではその改良をしなかった。
そんなこと
And
聞か
that's
れて
a
も
hard
困
question
る
to
けど。
answer. But maybe I didn't have enough
お金
money.
がなかったんじゃない？改良した電話レン
An
ジには
upgrade phone
ものすごく
upgraded
高価
phone
で
maybe uses
レ
a
アな
very
部品が
expensive
使
and
われ
rare
てるの。
component.
それを手に入れることが
Perhaps
でき
I
な
wasn't
かっ
able
た
to
か
get
ら
it in other
改良
world
は
lines
諦
and
め
gave
たんだ
up.
と思う。
だったらこの世界
Then how did you manage to procure that amount of money in this world line?
魔改造計画
I
で
used
余
remaining
った
funds
資
from
金
the
を使っ
magic
たの
mod project.
魔改造
Magic mod
計画
project?
ちょっと待って
Wait a
よ。
minute.
そ
You're
れも知ら
telling
な
me
い
you
ってい
don't
う
know
の？
about that either?
未来ガジェット魔
The
改
future
造計
gadget
画。
magic mod project.
あ
You
んた
don't
が
remember
立案した
proposing
計
that?
画なのよ。
No, come to think of it. Daughter mentioned it when preparing for the Gmail. He said something like, good thing we magic modded it. But he never clarified what he was talking about. I narrow my eyes as I ask Kurisu.
なんだよそ
I
れ。
have no idea what you're talking about.
やっぱり
I
覚えて
guess you
ない
really
んだ。
don't remember.
きっと
I bet it's
リーディング
because of the
シュタイナー
reading
のせいね。
Steiner. It seems that way.
それじゃあ
Then what
Akiba
about the
Hatsume
Akiba
contest
invention
みたいな？
contest? Remember that?
な
Oh,
それなら
I know what that is. I take the flyer from my pocket and unfold it for Kurisu.
だったら話は早い
And
わ。
then you just saved me a lengthy explanation. It's all on the flyer.
それだけではない
And that's not going to cut it.
ちゃんと
Can you give me the full rundown?
だから
Basically,
あん
he
た
showed
は
up
ど
with
こ
this
かでこ
flyer
の
one
チラ
day
シを
and
見
said,
つけてきて
we're gonna enter this
突然
contest.
コンテスト
Guessing
に
you
参
had
加する
yen
って
signs in
言い
your
出したの
eyes.
よ。きっと金に目がくらんだのね。
Such rudeness! An upstanding man like me would be more drawn to the recognition than the money. Okabe does things for exposure.
まあとにかくそん
Well,
なわけで
either way,
ラボ
we
にある
decided to
ガラク
enter
タ
a
の
bunch
数
of the
々
junk
を
we
応募する
had
ことに
lying
したの
around
よ。
below.
ガラクタって言う
Don't
な
call our inventions junk.
でもあんた
You
自
sure
身
seemed
も
to
そう
think
考
they were
え
at
て
the
たみたいよ。
time.
このままではダメだ。
He said,
対象は
these
ド
are
レン。
worthless as they are now. There's no way we'll win the grand prize. We have to modify them.
それで
未来ガジェット魔
And that's when the
改造
future
計画
gadget magic mod project began.
そういうこと。
Or so I hear.
もっとも私
I
は
wasn't
直
there
に
to
その
witness
発言
that
を聞いたわけ
myself.
ではないんだけどね。魔改造計画に取り
Apparently,
掛
the
かった
magic
のは
mod project
一月
started
も
a
前の
month
ことだった
ago,
みたいで。
before I was even part of the
その
lab.
頃私はまだラボにはいなかったから。
Interesting. According to Kurisu, under my proposed magic mod project, the following improvements have been made to our gadgets. First of all, Future Gadget number 1, the bit particle gun, was originally able to change channels on the TV in sequential order. But apparently, with an additional button on top of the clip, it can now turn the TV on and off too. Next, regarding Future Gadget number 2, the Bamboo Helicam. This problem childhood device is made up of bamboo toy helicopter and a CCD camera attached to its fulcrum. However, the camera spins around as the copter does. Viewing the footage can make the observer nauseous. Then came the implementation of the gyro sensor. With this, it could prevent the camera from spinning, making it stable, non-spinning videos possible. For Future Gadget number 3, could this be Ora Ora? We included an additional function to measure the pH of a test subject's saliva. This gadget is the so-called lie detector, determining whether the test subject is lying or not based on the sweat of their thumb. But with this additional function, the credibility of this device improved, apparently succeeding in making this device look even more like a real lie detector. Future Gadget number 4, Mode Snake, received no particular upgrades. Apparently because it looked dangerous, we determined that there was no way it would win the grand prize and excluded it from the project. The list continues. Future Gadget number 5, once again I made something worthless by KYOUMA, was a unique marriage between a hairdryer and a vacuum cleaner. We installed an air purifier into this device. By cleaning the exhausted air, the mod made it into an eco-friendly gadget. Future Gadget number 6, HOUOUIN Saber had a fatal flaw where the fake blood inside would solidify after it had been lit up. Through the Magic Mod project, this defect has been resolved. The fake blood never solidifies. The texture is even more realistic apparently. Last, but perhaps the most impressive, is Future Gadget number 7, Ghost in the Ball. What was once made up of 6-inch CRT TVs was now composed of super high-resolution sheet-type OEL displays. It uses 12 pentagonal displays and 20 hexagonal displays, making it a truncated icosahedron, much like a regular soccer ball. Well then. At each corner of each display is installed a high-performance widescreen CCD camera. The images captured by these cameras are displayed on the screen opposite. The only drawback, apparently, is its extremely long boot-up time. That would require an awful lot of funding, especially if there was enough left over to upgrade the phone plate name subject to change. Who could have given us that much money? That's... Before she could answer. No, why are you screaming? A slicing scream echoed through the air. It's Mayuri's voice, coming down from above us. When I look up, I see flickering inside the window. The gleaming red light could only be... A fire, Okabe! Hurry! Kurisu dashes up the staircase, and I follow close behind. That's how you scream too? I'm sure it is, Catman. Kurisu and I throw open the door to the lab, and are immediately pushed back by an intense wave of heat. What happened in here? I don't know. The room was filling with dark smoke. Visibility was poor. I could hardly even see a few meters in front of me. Mayuri! Daru! Where are you? I call out their names as loudly as I can. A response came quickly. Okari! Over here! I crouched down and peeked below the smoke. The room is divided by a wall of fire. And beyond the blazing flames was Mayuri, just trembling like a small animal. The flames are blocking her path over to me. Wait right there! I'll come get you. Okay. Where's Hashira? Oh. Yeah, Kurisu totally never sounds like that. Don't worry about it. I'm right here. Yeah, what? You're 5'4". Why do you fill the screen? Sorry. Dodo was standing right next to me. He's flustered, completely at a loss for what to do in this situation. I'm not going to ask him what happened just yet. Saving my ID comes first. Kurisu, call 119. Hurry.
分かったわ
I'm on it. Daughter, go downstairs and evacuate the owner. Okay. My lab coat was already off. Holding it in one hand, I run for the kitchen sink. I turn on the faucet and soak my coat in water. Oh, Gunny. A weak voice from beyond the fire. I can hear Mayuri calling me, but I didn't take the time to respond. I cover myself in the soaked lab coat, and without hesitation, I jump into the fire. When I busted through the wall of flames, right in front of me was Mayuri. Mayuri, are you okay? Yeah. What about you, Okurin? Don't worry about me. Flames are such meager amount that you cannot burn HOUOUIN, KYOUMA. But your cheeks are singed. This is just a suntan. The water jacket is creative, but do y'all not have a fire extinguisher? Maybe not. As I spoke, I took off my lab coat and draped it over Mayuri's head. I wrapped it around her front to cover her entire body. You look like a ghost on Halloween. Or perhaps a criminal being taken into custody by police. We don't have time for this ridiculous small talk. Come on, let's go, Mayuri. I pick Mayuri up and jump through the flames once more. I run down the stairs and come in front of the Brontube workshop. The fire has already drawn a crowd. Roaring at the front of it was the owner. He was swinging his massive arms around as if he was ready to beat the hell out of me any second. Jody was trying desperately to calm him down. He held on to the owner's upper body and planted his feet. Hey, Okabe! What the hell did you do? Look at this mess! For some reason, he's blaming me. Well, it's true that I am the CEO of the lab, so I guess it is my responsibility. Then, as if she could read my thoughts, Mayuri spoke. It's all Mayushi's fault. Because Mayushi dumped water in the tempura pot that was on fire. That would definitely not make that better, Mayuri. Then the fire went whoom and the pot flipped over and I'm sorry, Okurin. I'm sorry, Christian. I'm so sorry. Wait, don't apologize yet. Before that, can you tell us why the oil in the tempura pot started to burn? Were you not watching it closely? Daru was watching the recording of my Nei-chan's show. Mayushi was on the phone with Shinichi. Shinichi? Nakase Shinichi-san. Fubuki's older brother. Fubuki's brother is a cosplayer. He works at a pawn shop. It was stupid of me to ask. All this information is trivial. But the mystery was solved. We knew how the fire broke out. First of all, after putting the tempura pot on the burner, Daru got swept away by Nei-chan's show. Meanwhile, Mayuri was busy on the phone with this Fubuki's brother person, so she too was ignoring the pot. The temperature of the oil in the ignored pot rose to its boiling point and started to vaporize. Then the flames from the gas stove reacted with the vapor, turning it into a giant column of flame. The frightened Mayuri instinctively threw water at it in hopes of putting the fire out. But that is the only forbidden action one must ever take against an oil flame. I can think of something worse. You know, like, I don't know, sugar? Anyways. The water instantly evaporates, and the resulting explosion sprays burning oil in all directions. From a distance, I can the siren of a truck. I like to imagine this means Okabe was impersonating a fire truck siren. Anyways. I stand there, vacantly looking up at the lab. The fire shows no signs of waning. In fact, it keeps growing harsher and harsher. All those gadgets seem magic modded down the drain. Kurisu mutters. I mean, at this point, I'm not too worried about those. I'm sadder about all the treasures we've collected. Okabe just doing vocal slides, occasionally doing raspy honks. That would be so funny. I suddenly realized that Dori was standing next to us. I'm still... Like, he's shorter than Kurisu. Allegedly. Like, I think it's just because of, like, the closeness of him to, like, Okabe, and that's probably why it just ended up filling out that way, because of how apparently short he is, but, like, still. That's so baffling. Anyways. The owner had run into the workshop to grab what looked like important documents and ran away somewhere. What treasures? You think the Cannon Heights might have been thought up afterwards or something silly like that? I mean, I don't think so. Because that would be weird. It's like, oh yeah, he's like this, so like he has to be 5'4". Like, it makes more sense in my head if his height was decided beforehand. But I don't really know the usual workflow for deciding like character details like that. So... Kurisu inquires. Dori, looking in the second floor window, absent-mindedly responded. I'm talking about the skeb. Skeb? The sketchbook. It was packed full of drawings by Ome-san, Itonoi-san, Inomitsu-san, Umichika-san, Kanehiro-san, Nananaru-san, Hinota-san, Horiyuki-san, Fukutoma-san, and Huke-san. I'm impressed that I managed to say that more or less at the same timing he did. Anyways. And that's not all. There were all other illustrations from famous artists in there. But in this fire, it's toast. I bet it's all burned away. Oh no! Oh god. Yeah, I agree with the sound he made, but like in response to oh no's. Like, I guess the year this came out times, or yeah, 2010, oh no's, that checks out. You're the one that caused this. I want to scream, but I managed to choke back my words. Scolding daughter is pointless. Either way, what's done can't be undone. What's done can't be undone. What's done... Dots. Can't be undone. Right, that's right. What am I doing waiting around here? At this rate, the phone wave needs such to change, and the completed timely machine will be burned to ash. Since we can't guarantee that Mayuri won't be kidnapped, it would be really bad if I couldn't send email or time leap anymore. And furthermore, this lab houses a countless number of our precious memories. I won't let some Temporo oil destroy our holy sanctuary, our grand future gadget laboratory. Isn't the fire department there already? My feet had started moving before I could think. I confidently ascend the steps of the staircase. Wait, Okabe, what are you doing? What am I doing? Foolish question. There's only one thing left to do. Extinguish the fire! I open the door and enter the lab once again. I put on a nearby lab coat over my head and jump into the fire. I leap through the wall of flame and tumble into the development room. Luckily, the fire hasn't reached this area. The phone wave knows how to change is safe. Now, to deal with a fire, I'll put it out. I shall extinguish it. I had two options. Leap through time or send a D-mail. There's risk involved with the former. The timely machine is defective. Chrissy told me that in the previous world line. Come to think of it, maybe the timely machine's malfunctions were caused by the magic mods. Maybe when the improvements to the phone wave names such a change were made, the copy and pasting of the memory data stopped working properly. At any rate, there's no room for error. I must choose the option with the guaranteed success. And that's D-mail. I'll send a D-mail. The recipient will be my cell phone. The time will be 3:22. It was 3:20 when the Keep My ID In message arrived, so I decided to send this one immediately after. Just because it's possible that the Keep My ID In message could be deleted if I sent the new one earlier. I'll have to experiment with the idea of erasing emails like that, but for now, I decided that I'm better safe than sorry. The message looks like this. Stop summit. Use no fire. Lab will burn. After I've typed it up, I proceed to set the timer to 240 seconds and activate. It's currently 7:22, so in order to send its email to 3:22, the timer should reach 240 seconds. Electricity had already begun to discharge. I'd selected this recipient. All I needed to do was press send. I raised my right arm and shouted, "Tremble, right arm of mine, I call upon our contract to issue my command. Quell this frenzied flame of crimson." Then, I pressed the button. I love the diversions just gradually increasing. The world trembles, my vision wavers. My heart felt as though an evil dwarf was running around inside it, breaking things. It's okay, it's just the usual dizziness. It will soon subside. After waiting for things to settle down, I slowly surveyed my surroundings. A stranger stands in front of me. Who is he? I did not recognize the man at all, but he stands and stares at me. It's creepy. He doesn't seem like someone I should get involved with. I casually try to make my way out of his line of sight. Once more, I take in my surroundings. The coin lockers, in front of Daibiru. As usual, I didn't understand what I was doing there. But there's no question that my reading Steiner has activated. The world line has changed. Suddenly, there's something about the stacked coin lockers caught my eye. The door of the locker in the bottom left corner is severely deformed. My curiosity draws me near. I squat down and take a peek inside. Empty. There's nothing inside. So what? The locker is of no concern. More importantly, the lab. I have to check on the lab. I took off running in its direction. Hey, wait. It may have been the man from earlier, but by the time his voice reached my back, I didn't care. I kept running without turning back. I didn't recognize that voice, so... curious. 7:31 p.m. I arrive in front of the Braun 2 workshop. I put my hands above my knees, gathered my breath, and looked up above me. It's out. The fire is extinguished. There's no crackling red light behind the window. There were no crowds, and Mr. Braun is just watching some variety TV show on his 42-inch CRT television as if nothing happened. Phew. I took a deep breath with my hand on my chest. I wiped the sweat off my forehead and climbed the steps to the lab.
ただいま。
Before I could say, something strange robbed me of speech. Yeah, as in, I'm back. An unexpected sight rushed up to greet me as I opened the door. What?
なんだこれは。
What is this? Bright red blood is splattered all over the room. At least the Oopa is clean. Blood was not yet dry, still glossy and wet. Calm down. Calm down, think. What the hell could have happened? I sent a demon on the previous world line and moved over to this world line. My demon likely canceled the development summit, but that would have erased the lab fire. But in its place... I look on my watch. It's 7:34. Don't tell me. The rounders raided us. No, that can't be. That's not possible. That's not... That was a different world line. What do I make of all this blood? Whose is it? Come to think of it, where are the lab mems? There wasn't a trace of anyone in the room. No Mayuri, no Kurisu, no Daru. I ran over to the development room, but it was empty too. They weren't here. There was no blood in the development room, but there was something I didn't recognize. A single piece of paper on the table. I take a look at it. It was a memo. Misery contract. Kotone Shinpanko Ltd. Hereinafter Party A, Erentoro Okabe, hereinafter Party B, hereby enter a monetary expenditure loan contract and agreement of the following terms. Section 1. Effective today. A offers a loan of 3 million yen to B, which B accepts. Section 2. B shall repay A the 3 million yen loan mentioned in the previous section by August 11th, 2011, either in person or via bank transfer. Section 3. Interest shall be 0% until September 11th, 2010. Any repayments remaining after this day shall incur interest at the rate of 10% per 10 days. August 12th, 2010. Further down on the debtor Party B line, there was a signature and initials. The signature read Okabe Rintoro, in what was unmistakably my own handwriting. Madness. 3 million? I don't remember borrowing such a ridiculous sum. Scoffing at the absurd promissory contract, I rip it up and toss the pieces into the trash. And then I noticed. Up until now, I hadn't taken a look at myself and noticed the anomaly. Blood. It's blood. My hands are covered with blood. And it's not just my hands. Examining myself further, I found blackish red bloodstains all over my clothes. What the hell happened? My hand trembles as I take out my phone. I needed to know where the lab mems were. I forced my shaking fingers to call Mayuri. Dots. Silence. Not so much as a ring. And a moment later, a robotic voice gives me a message. The number you have dialed is unavailable. Please leave your name and message after the beep. It's me, Mayuri. Call me as soon as you get this. I proceeded to call Kurisu, then Daru, only to get the same result. No ring, just a robotic message. Damn it. What's going on? In my rage, I kicked a nearby shelf. If their phones don't ring, that means they must be off, or they have no signal, or they're already... Shaking the terrible thoughts out of my head, I catch a glimpse under the table. And I set the phone wave name subject to change time leap machine. I'm leaping. It took me no time to decide. I don't believe a mere email will solve anything at this point. Even if I managed to avert one tragedy using a email, there's no guarantee that I'd be able to do so a second or third time. My experiences in other world lines have been proof of that. So I'm leaping. I'll perform a time leap. I'll solve this problem by getting to the root of what happened to this lab. I can't see any other way to make things right. Kurisu said that the time leap machine was defective, but it only failed to transmit my memory data once. It might not happen this time. It's worth a shot. In order to prevent this worst case scenario, I must sleep at any cost. I activate the by 68,000 and adjust the settings. The magic mod improvements should have been applied to the time leap functionality as well, so... Pound 120. 120 minutes. I'll leap back 2 hours. I thought 1 hour would be too recent, and 3 hours would be too far back. So I chose the time in between, and put on the headgear. The fear of losing my memory again crept into my thoughts, but I shut my eyes tightly and pushed it away. I've already decided. There's no turning back. The preparations are complete. All I need to do now is activate the device. I raised my right hand and roared. Come forth, Zervan. Our pact compels you. Bring me through the gate of time and into the past. Noise pierces my eardrums. I feel like a piece of shattered glass is being driven into every wrinkle of my brain. My vision undulates wildly for a moment, then gradually stabilizes. My dizziness, thankfully, taking the pain in my head with it. The lab. I didn't need to look around to figure out where I was. The usual scenery was right before my eyes. In my right hand was a cell phone. My left hand was empty. Fine. Empty is fine. Both of my hands were clean and there were no bloodstains on my clothes. I look at my watch. 5:41. Did the time leap work? What about my memory? The fact that the question surfaced at all was a sign that it succeeded. I remember everything before the time leap. I could recall everything in vivid detail, even the shape of the splatters of blood all over the room. Dots. 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 But now, that blood is nowhere to be seen. The wall, the floor, the sketchbook on the table. Hey, Okarin. What are you doing? I heard a voice behind me. I turned around to see Mayuri standing there with a puzzled look on her face. Mayuri. I was struck by the sudden urge to embrace her. Yeah, do it! Hug her, you coward! But I just barely managed to hold myself back. Boo! Though I'd assumed her safety from the lack of blood in the room, seeing her as confirmation, the tension in my heart slowly began to relax. I sighed lightly, so Mayuri doesn't suspect a thing. I could ask you that, Mayuri. What brings you here? What do you mean? I've been here with you all along. What a weird question. I held back from mentioning anything about my reading Steiner or making a time leap. She probably wouldn't understand even if I tried to explain. I hit my head earlier, so I can't remember anything that happened in the past few hours. Then Mayuri said, Huh? Are you okay? You should probably see a doctor. Oh, no. Don't worry, Mighty. It's not that bad. If you merely refresh my memory, I'm sure I'll remember. So, what's the story? Let's see. You were looking at the costume I finished, imagining Luka-kun wearing it, and laughing like, Dehehehe. Wait, you mean to tell me you went to Lukaku's place? Nope, I didn't go. Because you told me, you are to, under no circumstances, leave this place, Okarin. What about my assistant and daughter? They don't seem to be in the lab. No, they're not. They haven't come back yet. Well, actually, but they don't even come back until tomorrow. What's that supposed to mean? Daru-kun told me over the phone that he was going to see a movie in Ginza. You know they're showing Code Geass in theaters now, right? He said it's gonna see the 6 o'clock showing. As for Chris-chan, I'm not sure, but I don't think she's coming back. I don't like that news. I don't like that one. Why? Because she was upset. Why was that? Because Okarin suddenly said, the development summit is cancelled. Chris-san and Daru-kun were both out shopping for it, but he suddenly called them and said it was cancelled. Now I get it. In order to confirm this, I pulled my cell phone out and checked the mail inbox. Keep Mighty in to stop kidnapping. Stop stomach. Use no fire. Lab will burn. I saw the 3 emails at the bottom, or more accurately, the one email split into 3 parts, from Mighty's phone to the first world line. At the top were the ones I sent on the subsequent world line, in order to prevent the fire. Having received these emails around 3:20, I seem to have followed their instructions to a T. First, I stopped Mighty from going out and confined her to the lab. Then, I called Kurisu and daughter to declare that the summit was cancelled. I was surprised that would upset them, though. Now that I think of it, is Mighty aware of her kidnapping? Did my past self tell Mighty, don't go anywhere or you'll be kidnapped? Judging by her demeanor, that doesn't seem to be the case. Her relaxed, carefree smile doesn't show even a trace of urgency. But that's the way she always is. Her smile is hardly evidence. Okarin, do you want some mitarashi dango? I want mitarashi dango. In a blink, Mighty had a pack of mitarashi dango skewers in her hands. One of the 3 packs commonly sold in convenience stores. Mari had already grabbed one of the 3 skewers. 2 left. To eat or not to eat. Dots. To eat. As I reached out to grab one, suddenly an image resurfaced from the back of my mind, brought back by the sticky glossiness of the mitarashi dango. Blood. The fresh blood all over the lab's floors and walls. Whose blood was that? If what Mighty said is true, then Kurisu and daughter will not come back to the lab today. There could only be one person. Mighty, put that mitarashi dango down right now. What? But I've already started eating it. No, not the one you're working on. Put the other 2 down on the table. Why? Because we're heading out. For what? Just because. If we stay here, there's a risk we'll be attacked by someone. No, not a risk. A certainty. But you said you were to, under no circumstances, leave this place, Okunin. Twice. Twice. Yep. First when you got a message on your phone, and the second when Mayashi got a message. You said it when I showed you this one. Mayuri said as she faced her cell phone screen toward me. Oh. She received it at 3:26, 4 minutes after I received the Stop Summit message. This email was sent to Mayuri's cell phone at that time. Yes, this email composed of 3 messages of 12 1-bit characters each. It was clear that it had been sent from the future of a different world line. What is BLKHD? BLKHD? Blackhead, maybe? No, that seems both unnatural and unnecessary. Why would staying in the lab help protect us against bad skin? And fight? I envisioned myself putting a massive, poorly washed nose into a grapevine stretch. It was so surreal that it made my eye twitch. The message alone is enough to baffle, but there was another peculiar thing about it. The sender. Ferris-chan. Ferris is how Mayuri addresses Ferris. Why? Why is the kitty girl sending the email? Mystery, mystery, mystery. All of this nonsense was enough to make my brain short out in a shower of sparks. There was another element that confused me. 2 sentences written in the email. No going out. Lab is safe. They threw me. There's no question that we'll be attacked by some enemy if we stay here. But the email that Ferris sent says that the lab is safe. And the strong wording of the no going out message only hammers it home. What do I do? What do I do? My thoughts are interrupted by a high-pitched electronic sound blaring from Mayuri's phone. A red message window pops up on the screen. No remaining battery life, shutting off. A few seconds later, Mayuri's cell phone went black. Aww, the battery died. Dots. And by the way, Okunin, can I eat another Mitarashi Dango? Mayuri asked, her mouth covered with tare sauce. I sighed my response. Do whatever you want. We still have time. The blood in the lab didn't look to have been there for very long. Whatever tragedy occurred likely happened only 15 minutes before I entered the lab. Maybe 30. Even if I thought the attack was an hour before I arrived, we'd still have 40 minutes or so left. With that in mind, I've decided that my internal time limit is set half of that, 20 minutes. I need to decide our course of action within that time. Do we stay here, or do I run away somewhere with Mayuri? We'll stay here until our 20 minutes is up. However, given my uncertainty, I decided to check on the phone we have any subject to change time leap machine just in case. I pointed myself in the direction of the development room. And a certain piece of paper caught my eye. The promissory contract. The document that I had just ripped to shreds sat untorn on the desk. It's not a surprise. Of course it's been reconstructed. I did time leap after all. Once again I picked up this obnoxious document and stared it down. Effective today, A offers a loan of 3 million yen to B, which B accepts. It's dated August 12th of this year. In other words, yesterday. Apparently I borrowed 3 million yen from the Godone Shimpan company. But why? What are you looking at, Okarin? An unexpected voice met my ears. When I look up, Mayuri's innocent face is directly in front of mine. She chews away at a mouthful of Mitarashi dango. From the looks of things, she's probably not aware of the contract. I casually return it to its original place, place my hand on Mayuri's shoulder, and led her back to the common room. I ask her just to make sure. Mayuri, what do you think of when I say 3 million yen? For a second, Mayuri's eyes moved as if she were thinking something over. She stopped chewing. Well, do you mean the prize money she won at the lottery? Lottery? I used the lab's shared funds and bought it without telling anyone else. I'm like a reliable housewife, aren't I? Huh? Oh, Corinne. Didn't you say? I don't remember anything that happened in the past few hours. I won the lottery about a month ago. You don't remember that either? Ugh, she's always been pretty sharp. Fortunately, I have a go-to method for situations like this. I held my head in my hands and started screaming. My head is about to explode! Okay. What's going on, Okarin? The organization's Recollect, Reject, Annihilate, aka R2A, which they implanted in my brain, has been activated. That's probably why I can't remember anything about the lottery. No. Are you okay? Whether I'll be okay or not is in your hands. Huh? What do you mean? By recreating my lost memories, I can send a reverse brainwave pulse to the R2A, destroying it in the process. Now, tell me, Mayuri, what happened to the 3 million that you pulled from the lottery? Mayuri balls her hands into tight fists, furrowed her brow, and spoke. I used it. For what? For the Future Gadget Magic Mod project. You mean you used it to fund the gadget upgrades? Well, like I said earlier, I spent the lab's money for the lottery. And that's why we all discussed it and decided to use the money to benefit the lab. And if we could win the grand prize of the invention contest, be able to make the 3 million yen back, right? That's why we decided to invest in a brighter future for the Future Gadget Laboratory. Oh, but that last part was your words. Mayuri responded, swinging the half-eaten stick of Mitarashi dango around with a stern look on her face. By the way, have we entered the contest yet? Nope. The deadline is August 31st, so you said we'd do as many upgrades as possible. Hey, Okarin, are you really okay? Mayuri looks at my face with concern. I put my finger against my temple, shake my head lightly, then speak. Now I am. We succeeded in destroying the R2A. Well, that's good. Mayuri sighs deeply and looks at me with twinkling eyes. Then, seemingly remembering the Mitarashi dango in her hand, she takes another bite. I love when cute Mayuri noise. It's very, very good. 10 out of 10. Oh, hello cat. Down. That's one mystery solved. I don't know where the funding for the Magic Mod project came from, but that was not the answer I was looking for. And the contract is still shrouded in mystery. Why would I borrow 3 million yen? I didn't even have enough evidence to base any theories on. And this wasn't used to fund the Magic Mod project then. What if I borrowed 3 million yen? Why didn't even have enough evidence to base any theories on. And this wasn't used to fund the Magic Mod project then. What if I borrowed 3 million yen? Why didn't even have enough evidence to base any theories on. Could it be for the ransom? The idea blinked into my head. Maybe the kidnapper demanded 3 million yen in exchange for the hostage's life. Maybe that's why I needed to borrow the money. The price is fairly low by typical ransom standards, but if I were the target, it would make sense. There's no way a mere student like me could come up with hundreds of billions of yen. However, the kidnapping occurred only in the first world line. The majority of this world line has neither gone missing nor become anyone's hostage. Wait, hostage? When I turned around, Mayuri was reaching for the third Mitsudashi Donga skewer. Seemingly sensing my gaze, she slowly turned to face me. She laughed, embarrassed. Then she takes a bite of the Mitsudashi Donga. Her mouth is dripping. She licks the tare sauce off of her lips. Nothing has changed. Mayuri, eating dongo with a blissful smile on her face. She regained that smile the day she became my hostage. Mayuri was 11 years old when her beloved grandmother died. After that, she had lost both her words and her smile. She might have lost her hearing too. Hello, cat, down. No matter how many times I called her name, she never responded. It was the cemetery where her deceased grandmother sleeps. For over half a year, Mayuri stood in front of the gravestone every single day. Even on rainy days and windy days. I was in middle school back then, but because I was worried about Mayuri, I often went to the cemetery to check on her. Mayuri always stood in front of the gravestone, silently looking up at the sky. She looked so ephemeral. It was as if she could disappear at any moment. So I called her name over and over again to try to keep her here. Mayuri. Mayuri. But Mayuri never responded. Holding her pocket watch tightly in her hand, she just stared up into the heavens. That pocket watch was a keepsake from her grandmother. Mayuri's most important treasure. Mayuri always carried it with her. That old antique pocket watch. It was quite a while later when I found out that it had a name, Pockety. And one rainy day, Mayuri stood in front of that gravestone, umbrella in hand as she gazed up at the falling rain. The rain eventually subsided and light broke through the clouds. A phenomenon known as Rembrandt rays or an angel's ladder. For a moment, I lost myself in the beautiful sight before me. Then a gust of wind blew by and carried Mayuri's umbrella away. Mayuri hardly seemed to notice. Slowly, she reaches her hand toward the beckoning ray of light. It looked as though she was trying to grab onto an invisible ladder. She stands up on the very edge of her tiptoes, climbing, rising. She's going to be taken away. So without thinking, I grabbed Mayuri's wrist, and before I knew it, I was embracing her. I'll never let you go. I'll never let them take you. I didn't realize how embarrassing those words were until I said them. But Mayuri is my hostage. She's the sacrifice for my human experimentation. So to hide my experiment, I just started chaining words together. This line came from an enemy boss character from a hero drama that Mayuri and I were into. He was supposed to be a mad scientist, and I was good at impersonating him. No. Said Mayuri in my arms. Her small shoulders shook. Mayuri is a hostage. Huh? The voice I hadn't heard for half a year was quiet and ragged, but very comfortable to my ear. I guess that's just how it is. Mayuri said as she burrowed her face into my chest. Her warm tears seemed to permeate my skin. From that day, Mayuri became my hostage. As my hostage, Mayuri regained her words, but she still periodically visited the cemetery. I went with her every time, offering flowers with her. Every time we visited the graveyard, we made sure to stop by a food stall to eat dango. She always ordered me tadashi dango. Mayuri, savoring the bite she'd taken, regained her usual smile. Suddenly, a muffled bassy sound growled into the room. I heard a car door shut. Something feels wrong. I rushed over to the window and looked down. There's a single car parked in front of the Braun Tube workshop. A black SUV with tinted windows. It did not look friendly. That is not friend-shaped. But it's surrounded by something even further from friendly. Around the car. Stood men wearing black hoods. Whoa, wait. Who are these people? Within their deep hoods, the men were wearing creepy masks. No, not just the masks. Everything about their appearance just seemed to drip with suspicion. Are these rounders? I eliminated the thought the moment it entered my head. These men are not the rounders. Rounders don't stand out like that during surveillance. What's more, I know from other world lines that their raid is at another time. And debt collectors? That possibility was also weeded out immediately. According to the contract, the repayment deadline wasn't until next year. There was no way that would have collected the money I had just borrowed yesterday. But then, who are these people? Then it hit me. I remember the demo that was sent to Mayuri's cell phone. Fight blackheads. Maybe that was supposed to mean black hoods instead of black heads. Ah, yeah. What that would mean. Hey, what are you looking at, Okarin? When I turned around, I saw Mayuri running toward me. You idiot, get down! I reactively grabbed Mayuri's head and pulled her down next to me. What? There are some shady people out in front of the Braun Tube workshop. The organization? Maybe. But probably not. Really? Mayushi wants to see. No. Why not? There's no point in hiding it now. I told her without hesitation. Mayuri, listen carefully. You were kidnapped in a different world line. It's possible that you will be in this world line as well. In other words, someone is targeting you. Mayuri tilted her head slightly. Huh? That was her response. What I'm trying to say is that the guys outside might be the kidnappers. If that's the case, it would be bad if they found out you were here, so... I don't really get it, but okay. I'll go be in the development room. Mayuri lays flat on the floor, then rolls toward the development room and disappears inside. She has zero sense of urgency. I mutter to myself, then look out the window again. Mayuri's overpowering tranquility nearly made me forget this was a dire situation. 5 mystery men stand in the path of the Braun Tube workshop as if to block out path. The HOUOUIN building is very closely surrounded by similar buildings on each side but the entrance. There's no alternate way out. I thought about jumping from out the bathroom window to the building directly across from it, but... When I took a closer look, I realized that the window of the other building was reinforced with steel fencing, so it'd be impossible to sneak in. So in order to escape, I have to get down the stairs and past all 5 men with Mairi in tow. But I didn't believe that would be possible. It would be hard alone. Attempting to do escape while leading Mairi along by the hand would be a fool's errand. But what can I do? How do I get out of this? The door to our lab is securely locked, but I knew from experience that the lock was brittle and could be broken with a kick. If those 5 men get in here, we're finished. Even I, a master of Seishin Zanma style swordsmanship, am only human without a blade. Fighting 5 people to protect Mairi may be too much for me to handle. At that moment, my cell phone rang. Payphone. I desperately take out my cell phone and open it. The screen read public phone. Meaning of the caller isn't one of the men outside. Then who? Does it even matter at this point? I'll take anyone who could save us from this nightmare. With my hopes high, I press the answer button. Yeah. My ears were assailed by a booming voice, so deep it sounded as though we were emerging from underground. But I recognized it.
Yamamura sensei.
Yamamura sensei.
中学の頃の
My middle school homeroom teacher? Wrong! I don't know.
だったらお前は誰
Then
だ
who are you? State your name. It's Makise. Kurise Makise. You can't tell?
あ
Oh, Achino Chris. Perfect timing. That's not my name.
とにかく聞いてくれ
Anyway, listen to me, Christina. We're in trouble. Proceeds to call her something else. Same here. And it's all your fault.
何が
What? I dropped my cell phone.
どこに
Where? In a toilet. It got soaked. I managed to salvage it, but it's bricked. Rip.
つまり壊れたと
You mean it's broken? Yes. That's why I'm calling you from a payphone.
それはそれはお
Oh
悔や
dear.
み申し上げます
I said my condolences. You're making fun of me now?
だがそれがどうして
Well,
俺のせい
how
に
is
な
it
る
supposed to be my fault? Because you called to offer the development summit out of nowhere. I was in the middle of shopping for it. You just called us and canceled the conference without telling us why, so I got mad and...
むしゃくしゃして
And... At the snack cafe.
ネットカフェにいるのか
You're at an internet cafe, huh? You just laughed, didn't you?
笑ってはいない
Laugh?
草を燃
Me?
やしただけだ
No, never. Nah.
とにかく
Anyway, you're saying you dropped your cell phone in the toilet at the net cafe. Yes, that's why it's all your fault. I'm not really seeing the cause and effect at work here, but whatever. This isn't the time to quibble.
クリスティーナ
Christina,
落ち
have
着
you
いた
calmed down? But what?
その様子だと
It sounds like you've
どう
finally
やら
cooled
理由
off.
に下げてくれたようだな
So what if I have?
では聞いてくれ
Then listen to me.
もう一度
I'll say it one more time.
大
I'm
変
in
なことにな
trouble.
ったんだ
Told her everything. Everything that I'd gone through. Everything about the suspicious men outside. I didn't leave a single detail out. After listening to my story, Gracie let out a small sigh and spoke. I understand. Anyway, Mayuri's safety is of the utmost priority, so... Everything falls silent. All I can hear from the cell phone is white noise. But it didn't last long. Somebody knocks on the door.
まさか
No. What happened? I took a quick look outside the window. No one there. The men in black hoods that stood around the car had disappeared, which would mean...
まずいことになった
This is bad.
今
They're right
連中は
outside the
ドアの
door.
外にいる
Is it locked?
かかってる
It is, but it's only a matter of time before they kick down the door. Another silence. My hands grew wet with precipitation. Or perspiration, I can read. My cell phone almost slipped out of my right hand, but I used my left to support it. After a moment, Kurisu spoke. Do exactly as I say. I have a plan. A plan. No questions. There are people outside the door, right? There's no time. Hurry up and move. What do you mean, move? What am I supposed to do? Set up the phone wave to send a D-mail. D-mail? I just told you no questions, didn't I? You did. But I can't send a D-mail if you don't explain to me exactly. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not sending... You're not sending the D-mail. I am. Thoughts. Now, get moving. It seemed I had no choice but to follow her instructions. I jumped into the development room to set up the phone wave name subject to change. Mayuri was there. She sat in the corner of the room, holding her knees, a pair of headphones on her head. It looks like she's listening to music on a portable music player. She looks at me and cocks her head. I hold up my hand to tell her not to move and mouth the words, "Don't worry." Then I activate the by 68,000. I put the cell phone in my ear again and spoke. Just tell me one thing. Why a D-mail and not a time leap? Another world line, I told you. The time leap machine is defective, right? I live my own words. That's all. But I just made a successful time leap. I wanted to protest, but my words were wiped away by the sound of a doorknob rattling violently. Doesn't look like I have time to argue. Alright, so where and when do you want to send your email? The recipient will be your cell phone. The time will be 3 hours ago. Set the timer to 280 seconds. Why 3 hours ago? Shut up. You ask too many questions. Do you want to save Mayuri or not? So true. I click my tongue and do as she says. Thoughts. It's done. The recipient is my cell phone. The timer is set to 180 seconds. Then, activate the phone wave exactly 3 minutes from now. I'm counting on you. Hey, wait, why? Before I could say 3 minutes, she hung up. Shit. The 3 minutes felt like an eternity as they passed by. They were punctuated by the continuous, raucous noise of the doorknob being twisted and shoved. The sound of knocking didn't stop either. I'd almost lost my mind worrying when the door would finally break open. On the other hand, Mayuri was happily tapping her fingertips, humming, and otherwise enjoying her music. Then, the time finally arrived. I have no idea what Kurisu is scheming, but I thought that for now, I needed to trust her. I believe she can make something happen. With a prayer in my heart, I activate the phone wave name subject to change. A moment later comes the electrical discharge. Then my phone rang. Sorry, change the dealer recipient immediately. What? The discharge is already happening. Just do it. Change the recipient to Mayuri's phone. I just realized, it'll be harder for the enemy to intercept it this way. Countless questions run through my brain, but I didn't have time to ask any of them. I've never changed recipients while electrical discharge was occurring. Will it work? I don't know. I don't know, but I had no other choice. I had to try. I changed the recipient to Mayuri's cell phone just as Kurisu instructed. Done. Thanks. We just barely made it. It's all complete now. Your reading center should activate soon. I set the mail to send after a delay, so it should happen any second now. Question mark. Oh, by the way, I'll tell you one last thing. The reason I sent the email to 3 hours ago. It's 6:18 right now, right? I want to save Mighty and at the same time save my own phone. It's all up to you now. After she hung up, I realized I had failed to ask her one important thing. What did the email say? But that question soon melted away into the distorting world in front of me. Okay, divergence went down. I shut my eyes tightly and waited for the usual nausea to fade away. When my sense of balance returned to me, I slowly opened my eyes. I could see someone standing in front of me. Kurisu. What's wrong? You look pale. She examines my face to see how I'm feeling. I catch a glimpse of something over her shoulder. Lockers. Lockers in front of the Ibiru. As usual, it was clear that the reading Steiner had activated, but I had no idea what I was doing here. I redirect my attention to Kurisu and ask, what am I doing here? Huh? What happened to Mayuri? What happened to her? That's why we're surveilling this place, right? We don't know. Though, like he said, I don't think it's very likely that Hicks will show up here. The encrypted message was from Kurisu. Hicks.
I chained his snake.
I chained his snake? You know, the person who might have kidnapped Mayuri. You're the one that came up with the name. Did you forget? Wait. What the hell are you saying? That's my line. Are you telling me you have amnesia? I inhaled deeply, opened my eyes wide open, and felt that so for real. I violently tear at my hair and scream incomprehensibly. But what's wrong with you all of a sudden? What happened? I'll tell you what about me later, but before that, I need to know what's going on. Just what happened? Kurisu, seemingly shocked by my aggressive outburst, slightly twitched before responding. I don't really understand you, but fine. I'll tell you everything that happened in the past couple of hours. According to Kurisu, I received a ransomed email from Ix at 4:03 p.m. in this world line. After that, Kurisu headed to the Yanabayashi shrine and met with Lukako. Lukako told her Mayuri hadn't stopped by. I, meanwhile, had taken position around here, keeping an eye on the coin lockers in front of Daibiru. But I saw no chain of Ix. Eventually, Kurisu met up with me. Then Shido showed up, crowbar in hand. Oh, he got at that one locker. But that would mean we're back in the original world line. The original world line? What do you mean? Without answering her, English. I took out my cell phone and checked the inbox. Just as Kurisu said, there's the ransomed email. This can't be. Distraught, I looked for any excuse to deny that this was reality. I switched back to my inbox. When my stomach drops, they're gone. The message saying keep Mayuri in to stop. In the stop summit, use no fire one. They've disappeared. Disappeared. Why? Stunned, I put the cell phone back in my pocket. Then something touched my fingertips. I take it out. It was Mayuri's cell phone. I opened it, but the screen won't turn on. I hold the power button, but get no response. The battery's dead. It's not like holding this thing while my hands will recharge it. I stopped cell phones and called Daru. Just as I had to with Kurisu, I interrogated Daru about what happened in the last few hours, but his answers were largely the same as Kurisu's. On 4th year, I received a ransom message for Iksu. Thoughts. After finishing his take on things, he shakily asked me a question. Okarin, what should we do? Maybe we should call the police. I told Daru to stay put at the lab for now and hung up. Mayuri has been kidnapped. Mayuri has been kidnapped. Mayuri has been kidnapped. Why? How? My soulless voice sneaks past my lips. My strength drifts away from my body and I collapse. Hey, Okabe, are you alright? Snap out of it. Kurisu wraps her arms around my sides and tries to stand me up, but I cannot stiffen my legs or hips. Kneeling in place, I quietly look up at Kurisu's face. Our eyes meet. Behind her is the sunset sky, ready to melt at any moment. Kurisu holds my head in her arms and whispers in my ear. It's okay. I'll take care of this. So, tell me everything. Please. With my face still buried in her chest, I slowly, quietly start to speak. By the time I'd finished my story, the red had faded from the sky. Beyond the painted darkness, I could see a few stars twinkling, and suddenly recalled Mayuri's stardust handshake. I vaguely understand Mayuri's feelings when she reaches toward the sky to try and grab the stars. That say starts? Yeah, the starts. Okay. I'll cut to the chase. You probably wound up back in the original world line. After the last activation of reading Steiner, that is. Her words went way over my head. Back to the original world line. I could do nothing but parrot her words back to her. For sake of convenience, let's just call the first world line experience world line number 1, the second world line experience world line number 2, and the third world line 3. Okay? World line number 1 refers to this world line, where you receive the blackmail from Eeks. World line number 2 refers to the world line where the lab caught fire. And world line number 3 is the world line where you found the bloodstains in the lab. Do you follow me so far? I awkwardly nod my head. First, in world line number 1, you sent the Keep Mayuri in D mail and moved to world line number 2. Next, in world line number 2, you sent the Stop Summit / Use No Fire email and slid over into world line number 3. Thereafter, seeing the bloodstains in the lab and getting confused, you time back to 540, but still stayed in world line number 3. There, you and Mayuri stayed at the lab, but you were surrounded by black-hooded men. You then asked world line number 3 me for help. Then she sent an email at 6:18, right? Then, as a result, you came back to world line number 1. Do you understand now? Understand? My ass! Doesn't make any sense! What doesn't? If this truly is world line number 1, why do you and I exist? Not just us. It doesn't make sense that anyone in the world, the animals, the plants, the essence of anything exists. No, Okabe, sweetie, calm down. Why is that? Because I sent the Keep Mayuri in email in world line number 1. The world's history should have been rewritten to that of world line number 2 as a result. That's why.
送ってないけど
But you didn't send it. Thoughts? Thoughts? What?
だから
I said,
送って
you
ないの
didn't
よ
send
そん
that
な
D
D メー
mail.
ルあんたが最初に経験
You
し
may
た
have
第
sent
一
it
世
in
界
world
線
line
では
number
送った
1
の
that
か
you'll
も
have
しれない
already
けど
experienced.
こ
But
の
in
第一
this
世界
world line
線では
number
送っ
1,
てな
you
いの
haven't.
日本語で頼む。
Please speak Japanese.
日本語で言った
That was Japanese. I don't understand. I took out my cell phone and checked the outbox. Not the inbox, but the outbox and it was gone. The history in which I sent the Keep Mighty in mail, the line number 1 has vanished. What was there? There was the message I sent to Eek saying we need to talk. Wait. But that's fine, right? If the Keep Mighty in message isn't here, that's evidence that this is not world line number 1. I immediately told Kurisu. Then she unexpectedly admitted her mistake.
そうね
You're right.
確かに
My
さ
words
っきの言
earlier
い
may
方は
have
適切じゃな
seemed
かったかもしれないわ
may not have been completely accurate.
それじゃあ言い直しまし
Allow
ょ
me
う
to restate things.
あんたはあんた
You
が
have
最
moved
初
to a
に
world
経
line
験
that
し
is
た第一世
infinitely
界線
close to
に
world line number
限りな
1 that
く近
you've
い世界線に移
experienced.
動してき
Is
た
that better?
なんだよ。
What do you mean, infinitely
そんな限りなく近い
close?
世界線って。
ひとまず
Let's just
Yeah,
call it
that's
the
the
near
second
world line number 1, shall we?
第一世界線と
The
ニア
only
第一
difference
世界
between
線の
world line
違い
number
は
1 and
た
near
った一
world
つ
line number 1 is whether you sent the Keep Mighty in Gmail or not.
の D メールを送ったかどうかそれだけよそれ以外については完
Everything
全に同
else is
じ
the exact same.
そう考えてもらっても
You can
構
think
わ
of
ない
it
わ
that way.
もっともただの仮説だけ
But
ど
that's
ね
just my
私
hypothesis.
の立場
I'm
で
not
は
in a
これ
position
が合
to
って
be
るの
able
か
to
どうかを
verify
確かめるこ
this.
とはできない
It's
の
theoretical.
原理的にただし
However,
この世界に
there's
一人
one
だけ
person in this world
正
who
しいかど
would
う
be
かを
able to
見極め
verify
ること
whether
がで
this
きる
is
人
true or
物がい
not.
るわ
That person is,
それは
of
もちろん
course,
岡部倫太郎
you, Okabe
あなたよ
Rintaro, near world line number 1. A world line infinitely close to world line number 1 I've experienced. Given everything I've seen, it was hard to disagree with Kurisu, which must mean that Mairi.
なあ、教
Okay,
えてくれ。
tell me something.
どうして
Why
俺
do you
は
think I wound up back in this near world line number 1 in the
戻ってきてしまったんだろう。
first place?
うん
Hmm,
難しい問題ね
hard question.
第三世界線で
There's
私
no
が
doubt
送
that
っ
the
たと
D mail
か
I
いう
sent on
メー
world
ル
line number 3 was the
それ
trigger,
がトリガー
but
になったことは間違いないと思うけど
そうだ。
you got a point.
あの時俺
What kind of D mail could have you
ど
sent
んな
back
内容の D メ
then?
ールを送ったんだ。
さあ
How should I
い
know?
や第一世界線にいる
Asking near
この
world line
私
number
に
1
聞か
me
れて
isn't
も
going to help.
そういえばお
Come to
前
think of it. You made me wait for 3 minutes after activating the phone wave name such as to change, didn't you? What exactly were you
俺に
doing?
何をしていたんだ。
だから
I just
私に
said
聞か
that
れて
asking
も
me
わ
was
からないって
useless.
じゃあ
Then why did you change the D mail recipient from my cell phone to Mayuri's at the last minute?
携帯に変更した理由は。
知らないわ
I
よ
have no
そんな
idea about any of this.
だったら時間について
Then
は
what
どうだ。
about the time?
なぜ
Why
送
did you
信
want me to
され
send
た
the D mail to 3 hours prior? The reading Steiner activated at 6:18, so 3 hours before that would be 3:18. However,
あ
oh,
あそれだったらなんと
that
な
I
く
think
わから
I
ないことも
actually
ない
know.
かも
Kutisu spoke as she stuck her hands in her pocket.
多分第三世界
Perhaps
線
world
で
line
の
number
私
3 wanted
は
me to fix
壊
her
れた
bricked
携
cell
帯を
phone.
元通りにしたかったのよ D メールの送信先
That's why
とし
she
て
had
指
you
定した
send the
時
D
刻
mail
は
to
15
3:18.
時18分岡部の携帯に
That would
評
have
議会
been
は中
4 minutes
止
before
の
you
D メール
received
が
the
届い
stop
たのは
summit D mail at
15時22
3:22.
分のことだったみたいだからその4分前ってことになるわつまり評
In
議
other
会は
words,
中止
I wanted to
の D
send
メ
the
ー
D
ルが
mail
受信
prior
され
to
る
you
よりも
receiving
前
the
に
stop summit D
私
mail.
は
By
その D メ
doing
ールを
so,
届けたかったってこと
評議会は中
you
止の
thought it
メー
would
ルを
delete
消
the
し去ろ
stop
うと考え
summit
た
D
んだ。
mail.
そうすれば
By doing so,
お前がネット
you would
カフェに
erase
行く
ever
理由を
going
中
to
止
that
に
net
し
cafe, recovering your
携
phone
帯
in
を
the
復活することになる
process.
と
そして実際
And the Stop Summit demo actually
この
got
D メール
did,
はなくなり、私はこうして
demo actually did get deleted. Meaning that Kurisi took out her phone and waved it at me before continuing.
携帯を救うことに成
Succeeded in
功した
recovering my
って
phone.
わけ。
I tilted my head skyward. It seemed there were still more stars out than there were earlier. But it made no difference. They were all out of my reach. No matter how far I tried to extend my grasp, I could never grab them. Frustration boils up from within me. Time mocks me as it passes by. The noise of the city leaks through the gaps between the buildings. The cheerful laughter of young people only further enrages me.
ね
Hey,
え、一つだけ話
there's
して
one
おき
thing
た
I
いこと
think I
があるん
should
だ
tell
けど、
you.
いい？
Kurisu's sudden comment made me furrow my brow.
第三世界線で
Mom,
マ
I
ユ
already
リが言
told
っ
you
た
in
こと
World Line number 3 is a
嘘だ
lie.
から。
嘘。
A lie.
宝くじが当たったっ
She
て
said that she won the lottery,
Maybe.
right?
そう言っ
But
たん
that's
でし
a
ょ？
lie.
本人はバレてないっ
She
て思
didn't
ってる
think
みたい
anyone
だけ
knew,
ど、
but Hashida and I
私と橋田は
figured
知
it
ってる
out.
の。
You did
それか
too,
ら
just a while
数時
ago.
間前の岡部もね。
どういうことだ。
Figured what out?
300万円。
The 3 million yen.
本当は
Mayuri earned that
マユリ
money
が
by
大切
taking
にし
one
て
of
いた
her most
宝
treasured
物を
belongings
質
to
屋
a
に入
pawn
れてよだて
shop.
たお金なの。でも、そ
She
のことを
probably
正
thought
直
we
に言
wouldn't
う
want
と、
to use the
み
money
んな
if
が
the
遠慮
truth
しちゃ
got
う
out.
って、きっとそう思ったのね。
No,
遠慮ど
that's
ころ
an
か、
understatement.
そんな金は使
You
えない。
probably would have yelled, "There's no way we can use that money. Take it back to the
岡
pawn
部だった
shop."
ら怒鳴ったと思う。だからマユリは
So Mayuri made up the
宝く
lottery
じが当たっ
story
たなんて嘘を。
その
and
大切にしてい
what
た
is
宝
this
物っていうの
treasured
は
belonging of hers?
懐中時計、
A pocket watch.
懐中って
Apparently
名
has the
前
name
がついてるみたいだ
Pockety.
けど、
Mayuri. No. Pockety is Mayuri's keepsake of her deceased grandmother. Her irreplaceable treasure. I understood that more than anybody.
クリスティナ。
Christina,
その死者はどこだ。
where's this pawn shop?
え？
That's why he got the loan, to buy it back. Okabe. Yeah?
質屋の場所と名
I'm
前を
asking
聞いて
for
る。
you.
今から取り返しに行くんだ。
I'm asking you where the pawn shop is and what it's called. I'm gonna go get it back.
もう行ったわよ。
You already went.
何？
What?
もう行ったの。
You already
昨
went
日ね、
yesterday
岡部一人
alone
で
with 3 million
300
yen.
万円を用意して。
It's coming together. It's all coming together.
それで俺は
That's why I borrowed money from that Kadone Shipon financial company.
角ね？
Kadone?
ああ、
Oh,
モンド
you
審判
mean
のことね。
Mondo Shimpan? So that's how the kanji is read.
じゃあ
But I managed to
Kaiju
retrieve Pockety
無事
safely,
に取り戻すことが
right?
できたんだな。
それが
Well,
岡部
for some reason you
どう
came
いう
back
わけか手ぶらで
empty-handed.
帰ってきたのよね。
どうして？
Why? Because it would be listed more than what it was bought for because capitalism.
それはこっちが聞きたい
And
わ。
that's what I want to
なんでな
know.
の？
What happened?
お
Totes.
ああ、
No.
ちなみに
And
借
about
金
the
についてだ
debt,
けど
you don't need to return
あれ
any of it.
返す必要ないから。利息制限法
It
並びに
violates
出
the
資法違
interest
反
rate
ってこと
restriction
で
act and the
元本さえ
investment
も
law,
返済する義
so
務
you
は
don't
ない
even
の。
owe the capital. Oh damn. Like I thought, like I knew the interest rate was like awful, but like
知り合いの弁護士に頼んだ
I
んだ
could have a
から。
lawyer friend of mine
その
look
ことについ
over
ては
it, so
気に
there's
し
no
ないで。
need to worry, okay? I wasn't concerned anyway. I didn't care. I didn't care about that. I just felt like Mayuri's feelings caught in my chest. She pawned what was most important to her. Probably more important than her own life. And for what? For the lab? For the bright future of the future gadget laboratory. About a month ago, I must have picked up that flyer somewhere and confidently proclaimed, "We will enter the Akiba Invention Contest," simultaneously commencing the Future Gadget Magic Mod project. Plus the sheer number of kanji means that most won't know them all. Yeah. Though apparently in order to, like, be a voice actor in, like, Japan, like a Japanese voice actor, you need to have, like, really high Japanese proficiency. So that's exciting. But due to the lack of funding, we likely couldn't make the modifications we had hoped to. Lady watched from the sidelines as Daru and I found ourselves at our wits' end. I could see it clearly. That's why she lied about winning the lottery. Mayuri seemed to she believe in you, you know? Man, this English is really struggling. No, she still believes in you. She believes that you can win the Akiba Invention Contest grand prize. She told me. And the gadgets that Okarin and Daru made are really, really cool. They're really, really great. And if you get involved, Christian, they'd be unbeatable. They get the grand prize for sure. Imagine that you're hosting a, like, invention event, expecting probably silly little things or maybe, like, useful things for, like, disabilities or whatever. And then this group of people submit a time machine. Like, what do you even do? Like, I don't know, man. So she probably wasn't afraid of pawning Pockety. The contest grand prize is 3 million yen after all. I think she believed that she could use that money to get it back. With my eyes shut tight and teeth gritted, and clenched my fist so tightly, my shoulders tremble. Mayuri believed in us, putting something she valued more than her life on the line for our future. But that Mayuri's not with us now. She may be alone somewhere, crying. If so, then there's only one option left to us. I opened my eyes and quietly spoke. Christina. We're sending a D-mail. I thought you'd say that. In that case, I have a plan. Will you let me take lead? Not this time. I'm only in this mess because I let you take lead in world line number 3. I wouldn't do anything so careless in this world line. You're still the same Makise Kurisu. I promise. We'll be fine. I wonder. I'll even tell you the message. What do you plan on sending? Before, when you sent the D-mail in world line number 1, you tried to keep Mayuri from leaving the lab, right? Then, in world line number 2, the fire occurred in the lab. So this time, we've got to let Mayuri loose. Oh dear. Let her loose. We'll follow her and catch the kidnapper. That should fix everything. As she spoke, Kurisu took her phone and started to type. Eventually her fingers stopped. On the screen faced toward me, a message was written as follows. That's creative. Caught instead of caught. That is creative. Spelling out normally would go over the character limit, right? And the question is whether the past me will understand it or not. Don't worry, I'm sending it to my phone. Wait. Tell me you have a good reason for this.
ここまで関わっといて
I'm in this deep already.
次の世
I
界
can't
線では
just
蚊帳の
have
外
you
って
keep
わけ
me
に
out
はい
of
か
the
ないでし
loop
ょ
in the next world line, can I?
私も協力する
Let me help. I want to
協力したいの。
help. Besides, this plan is really
この作
risky
戦は一人で
alone.
は危険だし
送信先の時間は
What about the time? Kurisu looked at her watch and spoke.
4時間前
4 hours
240
ago.
分前でど
How
う
about 240 minutes sound? How does? I can read.
現在時刻は
Well,
19時
it's currently
21分だから
7:21, so it arrived when Miley's
ち
still
ょう
at
ど
the
マユリが
lab.
確実にラボにいた時刻に遅れるわ
Before I noticed it, I was dancing to Kurisu's beat. I already muttered the words of approval.
聞いたか
Very well. The die is cast. I called Daru and asked him to set up the phone with me etc. to change the way we discussed. Then a while later. Ready to roll, Okarin?
よしだね
Okay, Daru. Phone wave name subject to change. Activate. Thoughts. We're discharging.
クリスティーナ
Christina. Now.
了解
Roger. With that one-word response, Kurisu pressed send. The usual distortion of my vision doesn't stop. The world around me seems to wave as if engulfed by extreme heat. Like the haze that rises from the asphalt under a blazing sun. It won't go away. The refractive index of the world seems out of joint. Or rather,
熱い
why,
なんだ
why is it so hot? I want to take a guess. A fire. Waves of heat rain down on me from above. This isn't good. I timidly raised my head to see. The lab engulfed in flames. What is this? I caught a glimpse of the flames through the window. They looked stronger than last time. I thought my skin would burn just standing here. Wait, last time? Could I have returned once again? I've been to this world line once before, which would mean this is world line number 2. That's absurd. Why? At this point, I wasn't concerned about whether this was a so-called near world line or not. Either way, it's certain that this is a world line very similar to world line number 2 that I had previously experienced. I don't know why. How did it come to this? And the email sent to Kurisu's cell phone said Tail Mayuri. How does that lead us here? Damn it. Or more pressingly,
とにかくこの
I've got to do something about this fire. Having said that though, it doesn't seem like there's much I could do.
なあ消防車まだ
Hey,
来ないのか
where are the firefighters?
駅の方で大きなビル火災
There
が
was
あ
a
ったんだ
fire
っ
at a
て
big building near the station, so apparently they're dealing with that. I'm pretty sure there should be, I don't know, enough firefighter staff to handle multiple fires, but,
このままじゃ隣に
in this rate, it's just a matter of time until the fire spreads to another building. I hear the voices of the crowd. But when I look toward them, I see Mighty in my periphery. Mighty. Mighty! Even in the middle of this disaster, as soon as I saw Mighty, my heart started to dance. But I couldn't run up to her and call her name with joy, because Mighty was crying. She was sitting on the edge of the sidewalk, her shoulders shivering. By her side was Kurisu trying to comfort her. Kurisu had her arm wrapped around Mighty's shoulders and was whispering something to her. My feet instinctively carried in their direction. I stand beside the two of them. Sensing my presence, Mighty spoke as she slowly raised her face toward me. I'm sorry, Okarin. I'm really sorry. I don't know what to say to her. While searching for words, Mighty continued. And also, thank you. I missed my chance to say thanks earlier. Thank you for saving me. If I was on my own in that fire, my she probably would have. Apparently I managed to rescue Mayuri out of the fire in this world line too. It's getting more and more certain that this is either world line number 2 or near world line number 2. Thank you. Thank you, Okarin. Mayuri said repeatedly, tears trickling down her face. Without saying a word, I lay my hand on her head and gently stroked her ash-covered hair. Then came Daru. He spoke blankly as he stared at the blazing fire. Too bad about that, Skid. But don't let it get you down, Okarin. Why would it? Because you treasured that Skeb too. We went to every Komima, Komiti, and Komichi together since we were in high school. And our collection of illustrations slowly grew in that humble book. Oh, I see. So they like commissioned the artist to draw in the sketchbook. That's actually really cute. And honestly a pretty good idea. Anyway. Hold on. Did you just say we went? Do you have a problem with that? You meant we as in you and... You, of course. Madness. I have no memory of attending such events. Could this be carbon monoxide poisoning? Your brain cells fried? The two of us definitely collected those illustrations together. Thoughts. That also means we have no way of paying our debt now, I guess. Wait, part 2. What's our debt have to do with the sketchbook? Excuse me? Are you serious? It was too much of a hassle to explain. I just told Dada he was right about the carbon monoxide poison to get the conversation moving. Shouldn't you go to the hospital? I'll go as soon as you tell me what I need to know. So what's the relationship between the debt and the sketchbook? It's simple. We put that sketch out on Taboo auctions. It sold for exactly 3 million yen. Nice. The bidder was someone working for a publisher, and their name was, I don't remember. But anyway, that person was supposed to come by that scout tonight at 8 with cold hard cash. That's nice. But after the fire, well... I see. The debt's interest was 0% if paid within a month. So if we sold the sketchbook and received 3 million yen, we could have paid the debt in full. But... Hey Daru, why don't we try disputing the debt altogether? The assistant told me something to the tune of the loan violated certain interest laws, so we don't have to pay it. You really think something like that would work? Do you remember what it said on Atchan? Daru took out his cell phone and turned the browser screen toward me. The page said the following. Daru, are you sure this is the post you want to share with me? It says right here that Mondo Shippon is really fair. Seriously, nobody can repeat this. Bad credit, no problem. News can't cover it. It's so real. Wow. One must be able to see a lie for what it is. You really don't remember, Okarin? I showed you this at Shan post last night too. You read it properly then. I thought for a while. Did I not read it properly just now? You're freaking me out, man. Not funny, Okurin. It's really supposed to be read vertically, remember? MSISBNTF I don't... Vertically? Oh, so that's how you read it. Not that he mentioned it. I finally realized what I was doing wrong. I look at Dotty's phone screen once again, reading the first word of each line. Okay, so that's just the first word of each line. So still MSSBTIY. I don't know, man. Mondo Shippon is seriously bad news. They force insurance money. It will crush you. Oh. You just read each first word. I'm so stupid. Mondo Shippon is seriously bad news. They force insurance money. It will crush you. By the way, it was Makase who found this post. She googled Mondo Shippon after finding out that you'd taken a loan from them. So was Chrisu. Decrypting code like this would be a piece of cake for @channeler Chris. Prompted by this post, I dug a little deeper into Mondo Shippon. Sure enough, it was a jackpot, full of suspicious rumors. Thoughts. Okarin, we're screwed, aren't we? If we don't do something, they might really crush you. Crush. Crush. No. I don't want to be crushed. I really don't want to be crushed. So what should I do? Email? Time leap? As I contemplated this, I looked up at the HOUOUIN building. It seems like the flames have gotten even stronger. I mean, this is bad. Really, really bad. I finally regained my cool. The sketchbook, the debt, the possibility of ending up at the bottom of Tokyo Bay with cement shoes, all are merely minor concerns. Compared to the harsh reality that our precious sanctuary, filled with so many fond memories, was being incinerated in front of my eyes. This obviously takes precedence. Furthermore, beyond those flames lies the phone wave named subject to change time leap machine. That gadget, a project of mere coincidence. Once it turns into ash, we'll never be able to recapture it. What should I do? What am I supposed to do? Dots. I know exactly what to do. I growl as I kick the ground. What? Wait, Okuri, where are you going? I heard Dotty's voice behind me, but I didn't have time to respond. I ran up the stairs toward the second floor, looking straight ahead. I opened the door and burst once more into the lab. This will be my third time. No matter how many times I enter this scorching hell, I don't get used to it. Furthermore, the more I repeat it, the fire hotter and harder the fire gets. The flames have spread wide and now lick the ceiling. I can't breathe. I can barely keep my eyes open. An extreme heat penetrated deep into my core, and I felt like my internal organs were being burnt. But even then, I couldn't back down. I covered myself in a nearby lab coat and, with all the resolve I could muster, jumped through the raging flames. I clear the roaring sea of fire and into the development room I go. When I tumbled in, the phone wave name subject to change. He's still lying there on its side, undamaged. The by 68,000, the monitor, keyboard, and headgear are all there. By this extreme heat, it's possible that the sensitive internals have damaged. Work, please. I pressed the power button on the by 68,000 with a prayer on my lips. With the distinctive CRT startup sound, the monitor lit up. This is indeed the will of Steins. I had already decided what to do. Steins is telling me to leap. Then leap I shall. will leap to the past. The fire will eventually reach this place, destroying all these machines in the process. But even if the machinery could be saved, I cannot simply accept this lab burning down as historical truth. It caused a lot of trouble for the neighbors, and the owner would probably beat me to death. Which is why I must, by any means necessary, prevent this fire from breaking out. And in order to do that, I must time leap. I did not consider Gmail to be a valid option. I'd already sent one with roleplay number 2 after all. It allowed me to prevent the fire, but in its place. Anyway, there's no time. The fire is getting distressingly close. I type away at the keyboard, inputting the settings. The time leap destination is 3 hours ago, 180 minutes. Because we still haven't closed the book on Mayuri's kidnapping case, I chose that time in order to give myself enough time to investigate it. Thoughts. The preparations are all made. The 42-inch CRT downstairs should still be on. I already confirmed it on the way up here. The headgear's already on my head. Now all I need to do is activate the time leap machine. I took several deep breaths, then spoke.
Yes.
Okay, let's go. Sound like knives in my ears. My head feels like someone struck their claws into my brain and shook as hard as they could. I clench my teeth until it passes. Then, when the pain eventually subsided, I noticed Kurisu's face right next to mine.
どうしたの?
What's wrong?
大丈夫?
Are you okay? My cell phone in my right hand. The sun in the sky to the west. The hands on my watch point to 4:40. Time leap successful. Eh?
何?
What? Don't worry about it. I'll have to tell her all about time loops eventually. But right now, I needed to get her grasp on my surroundings. I turned to Kurisu and asked, what are we doing right now?
Huh?
Huh? You're probably really confused, but just tell me without any questions. I'll explain everything later, so please. Kurisu narrows her eyes in suspicion. Then, realization dawning on her face, she looked directly at me. This is bad. We can't be standing around here like this. Let's go. Oh, where? To follow my idea, of course. Kurisu runs down the street. I look beyond her to see Mayuri's tiny back, slowly moving into the distance. I see, that's one mystery solved. Apparently Kurisu and I were following Mayuri. I rushed to keep stride with Kurisu. You received the email, right? The one that said, tell Mayuri, perpetrator must be caught. I did, but why are you asking me now? We keep moving as we talk. Looking straight forward, trying not to lose sight of Mayuri. What time did the D-mail arrive? 3:24. Right when I was out shopping with Daru. And where is he? I told you I left the rest of the shopping to him and came back to the lab myself. Hey, what's with this conversation? Are you making fun of me? I promised I'd tell you everything later, right? So what happened later? Did you show me the message? Mayuri too. But what did you say? I couldn't help but stop. But Kurisu kept going. I immediately ran after her and asked, why did you tell Mayuri? Now there's no point in following her. You're the one that said we should, were you not? Was I? Mary's ability to hide her presence and disappear is uncanny. Thus, there's a chance that we will lose her even if we tail her closely. It's best if we inform her of our plan. Besides, how would she take precautions against her imminent kidnapping if we didn't warn her? That's what you said. Naturally, I have no recollection of ever saying this, but it certainly sounded like something I would say. So Mairi is aware that we're following her? Does that look like someone who's unaware? Mairi stops walking with an exaggerated stretch, turning around to look at us. After confirming that we're still here, she placed her hand on her side, sneakily waved at us, and turned back to start walking again. Sheesh. I did tell her to just act normal, but... well, in a way, that is normal for her. So, can you tell me now? Why are you pretending to have amnesia? How many times have I explained the same thing? If I included all the other world lines, it would be impossible to count. But I have the hang of it now that I've done it so many times. I know just how to make Chrissy understand as quickly as possible. That said, as quickly as possible still takes quite a while if I start from the beginning. By the time I explained everything, the world around me was dyed a deep crimson. Dots. 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 It doesn't seem that our perpetrator is going to show up. We've been keeping an eye out for over an hour now, but the only person we've seen was a young man handing out tissues. It's pretty bad when she doesn't even get stopped by a maid cafe scout. Kirisio had apparently asked Mayuri to wander around Akiba without any particular destination in mind. Mayuri did as she was told, wandering all over town. Kirisio and I maintained our distance, but continued to follow after her. Hey, just for clarity, Iksu equals the black-hooded men is an accurate assessment, correct? Is it? Kirisio asks, oops. Oopsie. Kirisio asks as we move. Yeah. They showed up at the lab at world line number 3. I continued. But if they're watching for the right moment to capture Mairi, they probably won't be dressed like that. They look too conspicuous. Besides, would they even have the audacity to kidnap her in a crowded place like this? The very moment Kirisio expressed her doubts. A dark shadow crossed the road in the distance. By the time we realized it, Mairi had disappeared. Huh? I was dumbfounded. Let's go, Okabe. Kirisio's sharp voice strikes my eardrums. Damn it. I break out running, my feet pounding the asphalt. We turned into an alley to see a black shadow running along, pulling Mairi's hand. A black hood. You got some nerve, you son of a bitch. You think you can Mairi away in public? You think you can Mairi away in public while it's still light out, all the while wearing such a conspicuous outfit? Man, the English really died there, huh? Don't screw with me. I sped up and ran as fast as I could toward the black hood. Little by little, I closed the distance. I've already passed Kirisio, now she's behind me. She yells. Stop! But that's hardly enough to stop the black hood. She won't even turn around. He continues to run toward the distance, pulling Mayuri along. Then suddenly, both of them disappear. They'd reached the end of the road and turned right at the corner. I'd take this same turn onto Chirodori. The sidewalk is packed with people. When I look down the street, I can see the black hood and Mayuri moving through the crowd. I maneuver through the crowd and follow. I bumped shoulders with some people, but I didn't care. In this rate, Mayuri will be taken away. The plan will fail. The worst will happen. I chased after the black hood with all my might, pushing those unsettling thoughts aside. Then the black hood suddenly changed course, running through Chirodori to the other side of the street. There were no crosswalks or traffic signals, so he took Mayuri and darted through the passing cars. I immediately followed suit. Fortunately, there was a break in the traffic. I ran across the opposite sidewalk, but as I stepped onto the guardrail, I heard a roar behind me. The snarling of a car's engines. I can't help but turn around, where I saw Kurisu in the middle of Chirodori. She's running this way, but a car is coming at her from the side. A white van, violently accelerating straight towards Kurisu. Kurisu! When I came to, I was on top of Kurisu's body. Sorry. Why are you apologizing? You saved my life. I guess I did. Right before the car was about to crash into Kurisu, I managed to tackle her and prevent the accident. But because my body had moved unconsciously, it didn't feel like I did anything to save her. You idiot. One wrong move and you would have been run over too. Dots. 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 Thank you. With tears in her eyes, Kurisu murmured, "Thank you so much." She repeated her words of gratitude, trembling with fear. Kurisu bites down on her lip and wipes her tears from the corners of her eyes. I look away uncomfortably and pulled myself to my feet to escape from the emotional situation. I quickly scanned for the black hood, but is nowhere to be seen. This is bad. Really bad. We'll try heading in the direction that the black hood was going. Right as I started to move, I saw something out of the corner of my eye. Something couldn't overlook. The white van from earlier had smashed into a shop along the road. Oh dear. Perhaps the driver swerved to avoid us losing control of the vehicle and crashing into the side of the building. We need to chase the black hood ASAP. I know that 100%. But I can't just ignore a situation where someone could have been hurt. Damn it! I shouted with frustration and ran toward the scene with Kurisu. Are you okay? Is anyone hurt? That's why Pizza Rat was closed. Kurisu calls into the building. A voice, likely that of an employee, responds. We're all okay. Everybody was in the kitchen. What about the car? That's right, the car. Is the driver safe? Are there any passengers? When I tried to peek inside the car, the man came out crawling, get out of the broken glass. I recognized his eccentric fashion. This man, who seemed to be invoked to shine by Gaia herself, is 4D. It's Shido. Wait, how do you know me? Were you the one driving? What the fuck do you think? Honestly, it was hard to believe he'd have... Honestly, it was hard to believe he'd even be allowed to drive. Any passengers? None. So you're the only one in this vehicle, right? That's what I just said! What a relief. No one was hurt. Given the clarity and vigor with which Shido's speaking, he must be okay. When I look over Shido's shoulder at the car, I can see that the airbag has deployed on the driver's side. Shido, I don't like you, but I like to make sure. Are you unharmed? You asshole. What, are you a door-to-door fight salesman? Oh dear. I'll sell you one for 3 billion. Good deal, you bastard. Oh dear. He roared in anger and swung his right hand into the air. In it, he held something like a crowbar. Something like a crowbar. In fact, it was a crowbar. Crowbar, get hit, die. After this succession of thoughts bolts through my mind, I strike the wait, no, don't be rash pose. Then I speak. Wait, no need to be rash. Shido wasn't rash. He didn't even have the time to be rash. Before he could get rash, someone blew in like a hurricane. Get him! Shit. Shido was tackled to the ground face up. On top of him was a police officer in uniform. Huh? Stop! Let me go! Let me go! I told you to let me go, damn it! Shido persisted still. Despite the cop holding him down, he still squirms around like a little cockroach. Before I knew it, 2, 3, 4, 5 officers were holding him down. Under their combined strength, Shido's movement has been completely contained. Damn you. I won't forget this. You're gonna pay. Several officers pick up Shido and begin carrying him away. They then shoved him into the cop car that was parked just outside. Dots. Dots. Kurisu and I just looked at each other. Fortunately, an officer approached us and snapped us out of our befuddlement. Thank you for your cooperation. It was the officer who tackled Shido. What did that guy do to get arrested? He's an infamous coin locker robber, an habitual thief. What a surprise. Not. It seems like something he would do. Do you know the coin locker in front of the Iberu? Just early, he was carrying on an offense there. We found him while we were patrolling the area. That is to say, we caught him in the act. We obviously tried to arrest him in there, but he ran into a nearby car and fled. So, that's why he was speeding. Yeah. And what caused this mess? Said the policeman as he pointed to the white van behind him with his thumb. Then I suddenly realized that the officer was holding something in his hand. Something wrapped in white handkerchief. I casually asked about it. The officer was more than happy to sate my curiosity. No, this. This is what he stole from the coin locker he busted open with a crowbar. May I see it? Go right ahead. And with that, the officer opened his palm. I took a look at the item in the white handkerchief in his hand. Yeah, I saw that coming. A pocket watch? No, this is the ordinary pocket watch. It's pockety. Yes, there's no question about it. This is pockety. Mairi's treasure. There's no way I could mistake it. No? Do you recognize it? Yeah. It belongs to a friend. That's unfortunate. I'd love to return it as thanks for your cooperation, but this is technically evidence, so we need to keep it at the police department. You understand, don't you? Dots. By the way, this is broken, isn't it? The glass is cracked.
もともとこう
Was
い
it
う
like
状
this
態だった
before
と
the
い
guy
うことは
stole it?
ありません。
No way.
マイ
Mayuri treasured property more than anything. She constantly polished it to a mirror sheen.
そうですか。
I see.
では
Then I assumed this
先
was
ほど
due
の
to
事
the
故の衝撃
crash.
によるものでしょ
The burning heat boils up from the core of my body. My head began to swim and my indignation began to white out my vision. I raised my head and looked for the police car that Shido was thrown into, but the car had already driven off. Damn it! That Shido bastard! Cursing in annoyance, I kicked the nearby white van. Okabe, calm down. Kirisu grabs my shoulder to calm me, but it didn't stop my anger. You just destroyed Mayuri's most precious treasure. The pocket watch that she selfishly pawned for the future of our laboratory. Thoughts. Huh? Wait. Why was that pocket watch inside a coin locker?
とにかく
Anyway,
シドとか
and
いう
there's
やつ
something
の
we
こ
can
と
do
は
about
もう
that
どうしよう
Shido
もない
guy.
わ
More
それよりも
importantly,
今は
う。分かってる。
I know. Let's find Mayuri in that black
黒マント
hood.
とマユリを
I responded before taking one more look at the crashed van. I crashed into a delivery pizza place. The cracked plastic sign said Pizza Red in large letters. That black hood took Mayuri towards the station. We ran to the front of the station to try to look for them, but I don't see
いないわ
them.
ね
No surprise there. We lost sight of them 10 minutes ago.
別れて探しましょう
We should split up and search.
悪いな。
I'm sorry.
なんで謝るの
What for? I blankly followed the movement of the crowd with my eyes and spoke.
お前を
Because I got you mixed up in this, Christina.
クリスティーナ。
Then Christina placed her hands on her hips.
巻き込んだんじゃないわ
You didn't get me
自分
mixed
から
up.
巻き込まれに行
I
ったのよ
chose to get involved.
さっきのあんたの話に
Based
よ
on
る
what
と
you said earlier,
第一
I
世
offered
界
to
線の
help in
私
World Line
は
Number
自ら
1.
進んで協力を申し出たそうじゃないだから私
So
は
I
自
sent
分
a
の携
DM
帯
to
か
my
ら
own
自
phone
分
that
宛てに
said, Tail
マユリ
Mighty.
を尾
Isn't
行
that
せよ
right?
という内容の D メールを送ったでしょ
Thoughts.
自分一人で全てを動かしてるだなんて
Don't
思
like
わないで
everything revolves around
それ
you.
は
That's just
うぬぼれってもん
narcissism.
よ世界のありとあらゆる事
Every
象は
event of this world of ours is woven of intricate, intertwined casualties, or causalities.
日本語で頼む。
Please speak Japanese.
日本語で
That
言っ
was
た
Japanese. Kurisu sighs and continues her thought. Anyway,
とにかく
I'll do whatever it takes to
私は
help
マユリのためな
Mayuri.
ら協力を惜しまないなぜなら
Because I'm a
私はラ
lab
ゴメン
man
のう
and
ちの一人だし
your sidekick.
それにあんたのサイドキックだから
サイド
Side
キッ
kick.
ク。
ググりゃカス
Google it, scum.
それじゃあ
Alright.
マユリを見つけた
I'll
ら
call
連
you
絡
as
する
soon
か
as I
ら
find Mayuri.
そ
So
っち
you
も
do
頼
the
むわよ
same. Said Kurisu as she disappeared into the crowd of people. Sidekick. I muttered the odd English word into my head once again, then pulled out my cell phone. When I googled it, there were a number of hits for web dictionary, so I opened one of them. There, the word was defined as follows. Sidekick. Noun. Friend, comrade, partner, assistant. I felt something connect. Or at least, I thought I did. Then I started to search for Mayuri in the Black Hood. I scoured through the city of Akiba through and through. Dots. 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 But in the end, I couldn't find them. That's when I found myself in front of UPX. Of course, I tried calling Mayuri's cell phone again and again. But the only thing I heard was the mechanical voice saying, "The number you have dialed is unavailable." I'm racked with guilt. The plan failed. It backfired. Even if Kurisu came up with the idea on worldline number 1, I still couldn't cope. In retrospect, letting Mayuri loose and waiting for the perpetrator to show up was a reckless idea. It's not Kurisu's fault. I am to blame. It's all my fault. I held my head and fell to my knees. When? KYOUMA, I've heard the whole story, Nya. A voice reaches me. When I look up, Ferris was holding her hand out toward me. I don't know what this means. Confused, I take Ferris's hand and stand back up. I ran into Kunyan earlier. Kunyan. Who's that? Makase Kunyan, yeah? Please speak Japanese. Then, Christina, yeah? No. My assistant. Hold on. You mean you know her? Of course, Kunyan is a regular at Meikei Nyan, yeah? Mayushi brought her there in the beginning, though. Oof, what a world line. So, Kunyan told me everything. What do you mean by everything? Ferris ignored my question and just kept going. KYOUMA, this is a conspiracy headed by the organization, yeah? You must swiftly and secretly send a space-time mail, or else something terrible will occur. What is a space-time mail? Space-time mail is space-time mail, yeah? I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume she's referring to a D-mail here. As such, I've already contacted Darunya and asked him to set up the phone wave, yeah? Ferris has already jotted down the content of the space-time mail, yeah? Now, all KYOUMA has to do is call Darunya and give him the go signal. Wait. What exactly are you saying here? Just do as Ferris says, yeah? Ferris strikes a kitty punch stance and hisses at me. It wasn't frightening, but I faltered for a different reason. I told Darunya to set the destination time of the space-time mail to 3:23 PM, yeah? This will let the 2 other space-time mails that you should have received persist. You mean the day mails, or space-time mails that say, keep Mayuri in, and stop summit, use no fire? Right, yeah. If we send the new one before you receive them, they may disappear. The use no fire one is especially important to keep the lab from burning down, yeah? It was hard to believe, but Ferris seemed to know exactly what was going on. Now, about the recipient, yeah? I think we should send it to Mayushi this time around. To Mayuri? Why? To instill a sense of danger in Mayushi, yeah? KYOUMA and Kunyan worked hard on this world line, but it didn't work out, yeah? That's why you must share the problem with Mayushi, yeah? To encourage her to protect herself. But we already tried that in this world line, and didn't work. But fine, I'll hear her out for now. Lastly, about the content of the space-time mail, yeah? I don't think Mayushi should take one step outside, yeah? So I decided to send a message that says stay in the lab, yeah? I'm afraid that's pointless. Ultimately, the Black Hooded Men will show up at the lab. I know that already, yeah? But isn't it a dream come true, yeah? Question mark. KYOUMA and KYOUNA are searching for the Black Hoods now. Bloodshot eyes and all now. Alright. But if they come to you, doesn't that give you the advantage, Nya? But you must fight, KYOUMA. You can't give in to fear, Nya. Locking yourself in, chasing them around. These things will never save Maishi, Nya. You were going to confront the Black Hoods in this world line anyway, weren't you, Nya? That's why you went out of your way to spy on them. That's true. Ferris is exactly right. I felt like the world was opening up before my eyes. That's right, I should fight. No, I have no choice but to fight. If we return to Mighty getting kidnapped or the lab getting burned down, no matter what I do, then I have to fight the Black Hoods. As I thought through this, I became more and more energized. I allowed a noble laugh. That's right, Ferris. I would expect nothing less from the wielder of the Cheshire Break. This was merely a test I had planned for you. I wasn't being indecisive, nor were my spirits dashed. But you knew that, didn't you? Very well. Once more, onto the breach. I don't actually know if there were any breaches around here, but fight we shall. Finally, the time has come to unleash this right arm. In the middle of my wonderful speech. Oh, hello, Darinya. I realized Ferris had, out of nowhere, pulled my phone out of my pocket and started making calls. Hey, Ferris. Just a minute, Nya. Ferris done. We're good to go here. Daddy's giddy voice was so shrill, I could hear it from the phone in Ferris's hand. Then let's get right to it and activate the phone wave, Nya. Okay, I'm counting on the omelet rice you promised me. I know, Nya. I'll make you 100 plates. Oh, my chest is burning up. All of me wept. Oh, and here comes the electric discharge. I was anything but prepared for this. But once she heard those words, Ferris looked at me and said, Alright, Nya. Go, KYOUMA. Ferris places her thumb on the send button of her own phone. Right as she pressed it, I caught a glimpse of the words written on her screen. They said the following. No going out. Lab is safe. Fight Black Hoods. And click, Nya. Back to that one. My vision trembles, as does my brain. In spite of the usual dizziness, it was easy enough for me to tell where I was. The future gadget laboratory. The lab's development room, in fact. In another corner of the room sat Mayuri. She was holding her knees with headphones in her ears. She seems to be listening to music on some sort of portable music player. Mayuri's here. Beneath my relief, an idea began to surface. Mayuri's listening to music. But that would mean this is world line number 3. Though I could discern that from the contents of the mail that triggered the reading Steiner this time. No going out. Lab is safe. Fight Black Hoods. So, as soon as my dizziness faded, I took action. First, I run into the common room and check out the window. There's a black SUV, but no Black Hoods. Of course, so they're standing outside the door. I swallow and head towards the door. Just to make sure, I look through the peephole. There they are, as I predicted. The fisheye lens gives everything a surreal, distorted effect, making their already strange appearance look even more bizarre and terrifying. I unconsciously step away, then place my hand on my chest to compose myself. You must fight, KYOUMA. You can't give in to fear, Nya. Ferris's voice suddenly got good in my ears. That's right. I have to fight. What are you afraid of, HOUOUIN, KYOUMA? I already know that eventually they'll kick down this door and force their way in. So this time, I shall make the first move.
Yes.
Okay. Bring it on. I steal my resolve and unlock the door. And then I slowly twist the doorknob. From there... Mamoru Miyano sounds. I kick the door into them. I look down at my feet. 2 men in black hoods were crouched down, holding their nose and stomach. Odd. In my mental simulation, the single blow had a domino effect, sending all 5 of the black hoods tumbling shamefully down the steps. But I only managed to knock down 2 of them. The other 3 are uninjured. Shit. A bead of cold sweat drips down my face. And for some reason, silence hangs over us. I couldn't tell through their masks, but it seemed like the 3 of them were struck dumb by my surprise attack. Which means it's time for a follow-up attack. Or so I thought. Before I could take action, the black hood on the far left let out a subwoofer-level roar. The fuck was that, you piece of shit? Huh? Is that a Kansai dialect? Hiroshima, maybe? I'm not sure, but that loud, weird voice was enough to send shivers down my spine. I guess these guys really are part of some creepy organization. Henceforth, the black hood that screamed will be referred to as number 1, and the one standing to his right, number 2, and to the right of him, number 3. And the black hoods that were knocked down will be number 4 and number 5. This is a silly CG. While I was momentarily shocked, I couldn't let the likes of the noisemaker take me down without a fight. If I were a frill-necked lizard, I would expand my collar and intimidate them. Unfortunately, I am not a frilled-necked lizard, and my collar does not expand. It's the fabled pizza rat, man. So true, so true. He's unfortunately not a frilled. Oh my god. To make up for this deficiency, I displayed my Form 16 Mantis stance. I'll take this over a Palka Man. Then I roared. And you're making me want to take back the words I just said. Mm-hmm. Thoughts.
What?
Thoughts. Understandable.
Yes.
Yes, it's working. It's working. The fuck it is. In response, I switched to Form 17, Flying Crane Stance. A graceful, towering stance with widespread wings, resembling the red-crowned crane found in Kushiro Nature Park. I love Mamoru Miyano.
Huh?
You're just fucking with us now, right? With that, number 1 reached inside his cloak. He pulled something out. It was a single long sword.
What?
Hey, that's cheating. Shut up. He swings at me with a roar. I swiftly dodge his strike by leaping back. Then, I tried to strike the wait, no need to be rash pose, but it didn't seem to work on him. He pressures his way inside and into the center of the room. The number 2 and number 3 follow behind him. Where is Sheena? Number 1 asks with a deep voice. I respond. Sheena? Who are you talking about? Don't play dumb. Sheena Mayuri. I have no idea. Who is this Mayuri? What'd I just say? It was at that moment. Number 2's line of sight was pointed in the direction of the development room. No. As though he sensed my worry, Number 1 narrowed his eyes behind his mask and spoke. There, huh? Number 1 takes a step forward. What do I do? What can I do? At this rate, might you be taken away? You must fight, KYOUMA. You can't give in to the fear, yeah? Ferris's voice re-emerges in my ear. But how do I fight? How do I approach this? My opponent is carrying a long sword. There's no way I can win against a sword unless I have one myself. And I'm in the lab. Where am I supposed to find it? Dots. Sword. Number 1 has already moved right in front of the development room. He's but a moment away from passing through the curtain. I have no time. There's no time to think. I instinctively rushed toward the cardboard box and drew out a sword stashed inside. I take a stance and shout. How careless of you to allow me to arm myself, Number 1. Huh? Who the hell's Number 1? Witness and tremble before the master of Seishin-sama swordsmanship. Here I come. Yeah! My attempt was so pathetic, I was at a loss for words. I charged and swung at Number 1 with my sword, but his longsword, the English, struggling, easily knocked my blade away, shattering it to pieces. Which I suppose was to be expected, after all, in my hands. Was future gadget Number 6, Siloom Saber. I couldn't believe that I thought I stood a chance with this thing, even for a moment. Call it temporary insanity. I was running mainly on instinct when I grabbed the gadget. It's all over. Our annihilation ensured. I have no means of retaliation. My entire body is soaked with an unpleasant amount of sweat. On the other hand, Number 1 was staring at the red liquid that was spilled all over his hands. Hey, what is this? Did I get cut or something? Oh, they're stupid. Okay. I don't think so. You look okay to me. Never mind. So this is fake blood? Wait, the fuck, man? It's all over my cloak and everything. Priorities. And the longsword too. You gotta be fucking kidding me. This dead ass cost me 98,000 yen. A blade works. A blade works. That means just like the sword I bestowed upon Lukako, the demon sword Samidare, the longsword is artificial. Looking at it closely, the sharp edges of the blade were rounded off slightly. There was another thing I realized. The attack with the Siloom Saber wasn't meaningless. It's clear from the way these guys are freaking out that they really don't like their hoods getting dirty. My intuition told me as much. This is my chance to strike back. I ran again toward the cardboard box and grabbed a bundle of Siloom Sabers. On the end of each saber is a cap. I took off the caps and started to throw them one by one. Jesus, guy! Cut it out! Stop it! Needless to say, I didn't stop. I didn't let up my retaliation and continued to relentlessly to carpet bomb them. Aw shit, those are gonna be all bloodstains. Yeah, how are we supposed to wear these to Komima the day after tomorrow? Komima? I thought I heard something like that, but I continued unabated. And continued to throw the uncapped Siloom Sabers, one after another. Come on, we gotta fall back. Roger! But come on, get the lead out and go. Why would they assault someone if they were afraid to get bloody? I feel like there's probably some sort of misunderstanding, but I don't know what it is. The three of them tripped over each other as they ran outside, but I still had yet to discern their identities. I chased after them, refusing to let them get away with this. The freaking English, man. I ran down the stairs and came out in front of the CRT workshop. The black SUV had already driven off. I could see their car get further into the distance. Neither number 4 or number 5 were at the entrance, so they must have started the engine and waited. Damn. I wanted to chase after them, but there's no way I'd be able to catch up to a car. With nowhere to vent my anger, I could only stand there fuming. Then... Someone spoke behind me. I turned around to see... a black hood. You bastard! I looked at the black hood with fury as I roared. Whoa, hold on please. Shut up. Don't say another word. I aimed at his torso and charged. We tumbled onto the ground in a tangle of limbs. By the time we stopped, I was on top of him. Oh dear. I immediately take the mounting position and raise his right arm. Give it up, Black Hood. I gave up. I've given up already. No, you haven't given up yet. And even if you have, it's too late. The seal on my right arm has been broken already. Even I'm powerless to hold back its rage. Somebody help! Here it comes. Tremble, right arm of mine. I call upon our contract to issue my command. Engulf thyself in pitch black hellfire. Then suddenly, Okani, no! Full genie mode real, so true. A voice rained down from above my head. When I look up, Maruto is leaning out the window and shouting at me. Please, Okani, stop! That's Mayushi's friend, I think. Yeah. You think? I roughly tear off the man's mask. Underneath was... You're... I thought so. His name is Nakase Shinichi. Yeah, I saw that coming. He's Fubuki-chan's older brother. Fubuki's older brother, Nakase Shinichi, is a cosplayer who works at a pawn shop. Through our connection with Fubuki and their mutual interest in cosplay, Mayuri and Shinichi have been close friends for a while. About a month ago, Mayuri came to visit Shinichi. Her purpose, to raise money. In order to fund for the future Gadget Magic Mod project, Mayuri asked Shinichi for 3 million yen. Needless to say, pawn shops don't lend out money for free. So as a pawn, Mayuri offered up Pockety. But despite the retro appeal of the pocket watch, there was no way it would be valued at 3 million yen. So Shinichi decided to lie. This is indeed a beautiful watch. It's definitely worth 3 million, but because it's valued so highly, I'm afraid you'll need to wait a little. Then Shinichi ran to the bank, withdrew 3 million yen from his account, and handed it to Mayuri. In other words, he paid for it with his own money. By the way, Mayuri doesn't know this yet. She still thinks she borrowed the 3 million from the pawn shop. Mayuri wasn't around when Shinichi told me this. We told her that we needed to have a man-to-man conversation, emphasis on the man, and sent her home. But back to the issue. A month passed, leading us to yesterday, August 12th. Mayuri didn't get the 3 million yen from the lottery, but by pawning Pockety. After obtaining this information from Daru, I visited Shinichi's pawn shop with the 3 million yen I had borrowed from Mondo Shinpan, apparently. I handed the money to Shinichi and asked him to return the pocket watch. But the pocket watch was not at the pawn shop. Shinichi was holding on to it himself. Shinichi, afraid of being caught in his lie, accepted the money and told me, "I'll return Shina's pocket watch personally, so please stand down on this matter." I obviously wasn't going to back down after being asked. It seems he argued for 2 to 3 hours after that. But prompted by a certain statement, I eventually returned home empty-handed. Then came today, August 13th. Shinichi was supposed to meet with Mayuri to return the pocket watch. Their meeting time was 4:30. And he waited for Mayuri, but she never showed up. Which isn't a surprise. I passed self-help Mayuri in the lab after reading those 2 D-mails. You couldn't reach her by phone or email. Her phone was dead, so there was no way to contact her. Normally one would think, I'll just return it tomorrow or the day after, but not Shinichi. Not after I hammered, that pocket watch is very important to Mayuri, into his head over and over the day before. Shinichi wanted to return the pocket watch today, no matter what. That's why he visited the lab. Mayuri had told him before that she was closely involved with the place after all. Okay. I'm beginning to understand. I love that this means that Fubuki's brother got in the game before Fubuki herself. Which is extra funny since Fubuki is actually pretty important in Steins Gate Zero. In a nutshell, you came to the lab to return the pocket watch, right? Well, more accurately, I came here with an intent to return it. Is that any different? It's a little different. No matter. By the way, who were those people? Your friends in the black hoods? In fact, why were you dressed like that? Code Chaos, isn't it? Code Chaos is the answer, isn't it? God damn. They're my cosplay friends. They're part of a different cosplay circle than my sister Fubuki's. And those costumes are ones Mighty made for us. We're gonna wear them to KYOUMA the day after tomorrow. I thought as much. Which means I've done wrong by Mayuri. I slightly start to regret throwing all that fake blood all over the costumes. But there's no need to dress like that in town there. Is there? Or do you wear those costumes on a daily basis? Of course not. So why would you? We were all looking for Shina before we came here. I called everyone and asked them to help me search for Mayuri. So we decided to split up and search the streets for Akiba. But Akiba is a big place. That wasn't gonna be easy, was it? But why dressed up? That's why we decided we'd make it easy for her to find us instead, so... Okay. That's why you dressed up so conspicuously. And the costumes are a little much, but since Shina made them, I figured she'd spot us in a snap. But in the end, she never found us, so we decided to try the lab. What about the car? You saw the guy with the longsword, right? It's his card. Did I say card? Whatever. He's the kind of guy who gets a little rowdy when he's mad, but I guess you're already aware of that, huh? Above our heads, countless stars are already twinkling. For some reason, the sky looked prettier here than in any other world lines. Alright. Well, shall I take you-know-what back? You know what? The pocket watch, of course. No, well... I don't actually have it. Why? There's a wake I have to attend tonight for a friend of mine. I offer my sincerest condolences. What does that have to do with anything? Sheena didn't come to our meeting spot, and I couldn't get a hold of her, so I was convinced that I wouldn't be able to meet with her today. But I really wanted to get the pocket watch back to her by the end of the day. So, I placed it in a locker. A coin locker, in front of Daibiru. But what? Why would you do something like that? I told you because I didn't think I could meet her face to face today. But even if I could, I want to be able to return it to her by the end of the day. I asked myself, how can I do that? Question mark. Like this. Shinichi removed his cell phone from his pocket. I intended to send this text message. If we looked for her till the very end and still couldn't find Sheena. Of course I hadn't sent this yet, but this is how it was saved. I peeked into the phone screen that was faced toward me. It was written as follows. For Sheena, you know what, in DB locker. Number 005, the key is taped to the bottom of the locker. A familiar sentence. There's no way I could forget. This is... Dots. Hey, tell me one thing. What is your cell phone's mail account name? Why do you ask? Just please, tell me. Dots. Dots. It's sidechain his snake. Why? Just why? Anyways. What does it mean? Huh? I'm asking what the account name means. There's no particular meaning, it's just an anagram of my name, Nakase Shinichi. If I rearrange those letters, they become Aichain his snake. But maybe see if it means anything else in any other languages first. An idea. I felt like I was completely exsanguated. That is a word. That is... but carry on. Right up from my toes up. What? At the same time I heard, click, the sound of things fitting together. These numerous fragments came together and shone in a dazzling flash inside of me. So that's what it was. At that moment, everything made sense. In a snap, I could see the full picture, the entire sequence of events. Then Kurisu entered the lab. She looked from me to Shinichi and back again with puzzlement. Who is this? Shinichi and I decided to go to the coin lockers in front of Daibiru. There was one thing I wanted to confirm. I told Kurisu to wait at the lab. If my prediction is correct, I would need to send an email. Without anyone at the lab, the phone wave names after the change wouldn't be active, so I asked Kurisu to take that post. Kurisu pressed to me for an explanation, but at the moment I said, I'll tell everyone you go to net cafes, she swiftly fell in line. And here we are. Now, regarding the issue I wanted to confirm, the moment the coin locker came into view. Oh man, the English, I believe, had my answer. Because the door of the bottom left locker, number 005, was severely deformed. But I still needed to check. Yes, he is the coin locker now. I peeked inside the locker, just in case. Empty. Nothing inside. It can't be! Shinichi was quite flustered, but the sight did not surprise me at all. It is an unfortunate turn of events, of course. but it's one I already anticipated, so the shock isn't as severe for me.
何があったのか教えて
Would you like me to tell you what happened?
知ってるんですか？
Do you know?
は
I do. An unsavory man named Shido forced this locker open with a crowbar.
このロッカーをで
Then he stole the pocket watch
中の
inside.
懐中時計を
He's the
盗んで
infamous
きやが
coin
った
locker breaker, apparently.
有名なコインロッカー嵐なんだと
Darn it. I'll never forgive him. Never! How can the police let someone like that run loose? Well, they did catch him in World Line number 2. But that's probably not possible in this World Line number 3. That pocket watch has probably been sold off somewhere by now. As frustrating as it is, it's hard to deny that in this World Line number 3, the possibility that Mayuri will be reunited with Pockety is incredibly slim. World Line number 2 is similarly frustrating. There, Pockety is in police custody as a piece of evidence, but will eventually be returned to Mayuri. Unfortunately, that Pockety is in a starry state. The crash had done several damage to it. Severe damage to it. Why did I say several? So is there a way to get Pockety back unscathed? There is, but only one. I need to return to World Line number 1. How? By sending a D-mail, of course. From whose phone? From Eeks. From Shinichi's phone. Who is the recipient? My cell phone. When will you send it to? I should receive it at 4:03. What's the message? The message that Shinichi showed me earlier, just as is. The demon will automatically delete any character after the 36th single byte character after all. For Sheena, you know what in DB locker. Number 005, the key is taped to the bottom of the locker. For Sheena, you know what in DB locker. Number 005, the key is taped to the bottom of the locker. For Sheena, you know what in DB locker. Well, to be fair, I'm deleting a space before the in DB locker to keep the entirety of the last word in the D-mail. I feared returning to World Line number 1 because of the risk that Mayuri will go missing. But that's no longer a concern. Because I am now aware that Eeks is no kidnapper. The answer lies within the D-mail that my sidekick sent. That disturbing mangle of letters. I borrowed Shinichi's phone, opened up the saved message from earlier, and set the recipient as the phone wave name subject to change. I've already informed Kurisu of my intended time and recipient. All I need to do is call her. However, her cell phone is currently incapacitated due to dropping it into the toilet at the net cafe. So I thought I would call the Braun Tube workshop, but I never saved its number into my phone. So I dialed 104 and asked to be connected directly. Braun Tube workshop, what can I do for you? I said due to a complicated turn of events, I need to talk to Kurisu in the lab ASAP. Would you do me a favor and go upstairs to get her for me? To which the owner replied, What? You think we're still using phones with cords? I'll just leave this phone up there with her for a bit. Hold on a sec. He put me on hold to where I was greeted with the classic hold waiting music for release. While I waited, I turned my attention to Shinichi.
なあ新一
Hey Shinichi. I have 2 things I want to ask, is that okay?
なんでしょう。
What's on your mind?
もしも
If, and this is only hypothetical,
さっき
if,
マユリ
while you were searching for Mayuri, let's say the guy with the longsword was the one to find her, what would he do?
マユリを発見した
Knowing him, he'd probably drag her along by force and bring
多
her
分
to
シー
me.
の手を強引に引っ張って、無理やりにでも僕のところまで連れてこようとしたんじゃないかと思います。
その後
And then what?
僕はシーナに
Well,
会って
as soon as I saw
もちろ
Mayuri,
ん
I'll give her her watch
懐中時計を返し
back.
ます
すでにこのロッカーに
But if you'd already placed it in the locker,
そしたら
then I would bring
こ
her
の
to
ロッ
the
カーのところま
lockers
でシーナを
and...
連れてきて、
だ
But what would you do if the locker looked like this?
それは
That would be a problem. I'd probably cry and apologize.
詫びを入れて
And what else?
最終的には
Ultimately,
研究
I
所
think I would have accompanied her back to your research facility, your lab, as you called it.
実は
But honestly, I feel like I'm about to cry right now. Said Shinichi as he wiped the end of his eyes with the back of his hand. For Elise is still playing. Without taking the phone away from my ear, I asked the next question.
二つ目
Secondly, yesterday, when I went to the pawn shop, he said you managed to satisfy me by making a certain statement.
最終
Yes.
的なものを納得させたと言ってるそのあること
So what was that certain statement? When I asked, Shinichi looked up at the night sky, stretched out his arm, and formed a fist as if he was trying to grab the stars. Then he responded,
僕はシーナのこと
I
が好き
said,
なんです
I'm in love with Sheena.
そう言いました
I was not expecting that.
だから懐中時計を
Which is why I insisted on handing the
どうして
pocket
も
watch
父の
back
手で返
myself.
したいのだと
Thoughts. Thoughts.
ああ、もし
Oh,
もし。
hello,
どこで
Okabe.
変わっ
It's
たわ
me. Thoughts. Hmm?
もしもし
Hello? Hello?
聞こえてる
I hear you.
だったら
Then
返事
say
しなさいよ
something, I swear.
店長、監
You wouldn't
管に
believe how
怒って
mad
た
the
わ
owner was when he saw the condition of the lab.
一応サイリウム
I did
セーバー
clean
の
out the
残骸は
Xylem
片付け
saber
ておいたんだけど
pieces, those blood stains. Those things are gonna take a
血のりの跡
while,
は
so
手間
I'll
が
let
かかり
them
そう
be
だった
for
から
now.
そのままにしておいたの。電話レンジを起
I
動
have
さ
to
せた
go
ら
return this
このコード
cordless
レス
phone
も
after
外に店長の
activating the phone wave
ところ
too.
に行かなきゃいけないのよね。
That's gonna be really awkward.
またこ
I inadvertently looked down on my body. My clothes are covered with stains from the fake blood and my hands are all red. I must have gotten covered when I jumped on Shinichi.
あ、そうそう
Oh right,
大
I
事な
forgot
こ
to
と
tell
言い
you
忘
one
れてたけど
important thing.
電話レンジの
Everything's
設
set
定
up
は
and
すで
ready
に
to
完了
go
してる
on the time
あとは
on
起
the
動さ
phone
せる
wave.
だけよ。
All you need to do is activate it. Thoughts.
ね
Hey,
え、本当に
is
どうした
everything
の
okay?
何
Did
か
something happen?
いや
Nothing.
大丈
I'm fine. Now let's go.
夫では行こう
Phone wave knows how to
電話レンジ
change.
かっこかり
Activate.
起動
了解。
Roger. Shortly after, I can hear the sound of sparks through the phone.
放電現象。
Electrical discharge confirmed. Prompted by those words, I take Shinichi's phone and press send. Here we go. When the dizziness faded, Kurisi was standing in front of me, but I didn't have time to explain. Without saying anything, I rushed to the locker in the bottom left corner and stuck my hand underneath it. I feel something hard against my fingertips. It was affixed to the bottom of the locker with a piece of tape. I peel it off and take a look at what I'd found. Sure enough, it was the key to the locker. The number 005 is engraved upon it.
よし
Yes.
ちょっと何な
Wait,
の
what's going on?
わけは後で説明
I'll
す
tell
る
you about it later.
黙って
Just
見てて
watch.
くれ
Leaving the... Signs get why. Flamox Kurisi aside, I did what I had to do. I inserted the key to the locker number 005 and twisted it. Unlocked with a nice metallic snap. And take a few deep breaths and close my eyes. Please be there. With that wish in my heart, I take hold of the locker door and open it. Inside, there was the pocket watch. Mayuri's most precious treasure, Pockety. And of course Pockety was completely unscathed. Sparkling clean too, just the way it should be. Did you see that, Shido? Such is the might of my all-seeing eye. Once I launched my beautiful tenor voice toward outer space, I take Pockety out of the locker and put it in my pocket. As you have likely discerned by now, the reason why Pockety was left unharmed in World Line number 1 is because Kurisu and I maintained our visual in front of the lockers. As a result, Shiro couldn't do his job and break into the locker. Come, let us go, Christina.
行くって
Go
どこに
where?
無論
To our base. The lab, of
ラボに
course.
決まっておろうが
イクスのことはどう
What
するの
about Iksu?
イクスは
Iksu is no
誘拐犯
kidnapper.
などではな
He's
く
just a pawn shop working
た
cosplayer.
だの質屋
In
の
other
コスプレイ
words,
ヤーだ
a cosplaying pawn shop
コスプレイヤーの質屋
worker.
と言ってもいいが
Okay.
いや
It-
よ
Is
く
there a
わからないけど
difference? And what
それ
about
じゃあマユリ
Mayuri?
は
マユリのことなら安
Don't
全
worry
だ
about Mayuri.
事件
All
は
of the
すぐ
crimes
解
have
決
been
した
solved.
いや
Or perhaps I should say what we thought were crimes were not criminal from the very beginning. I don't know. Shiro committed a crime, for real, for real.
は
Huh?
とにかく行くぞ
Let's just go. Have Channel or Chris. We must report back to the lab.
その二つの
Stop
呼ぶ
calling me
な
that.
というわけで
And with that,
全て
all
の
of the
謎は
mysteries
解
are
けたんだよ
solved, my friends.
全然どういう
I still have no
わけ
idea
なの
what's
かわから
going
ないん
on.
ですけど
Dates, please.
よかろう
Fine.
では
Then I shall enlighten you.
全ては
It all began at 318, when a Mayuri cell phone retrieved a single D-mail.
一通の D
A Mayuri cell phone.
要するに
In other words,
この
the answer to everything is hidden with a Mayuri cell phone here.
だがあいにくと
But unfortunately, this phone's battery is dead. We cannot read what's in the mailbox right now.
中のメールを読むことができないダル
Daru, there should be one of my chargers back there. Can you get it? But I refuse. Now's not the time to refuse. Here you go. Said Daru as he tossed the charger over to me. After catching it, I connected it to Mayuri's phone and stuck the power plug in the wall outlet. Since Mayuri and my phones are from the same company, we use the same chargers. That should do it.
じゃあ
So hurry up and show us the demon. Not so fast, Christina. No need to rush. Everything has an order to it, just as Yamamoto-sensei says.
誰よそれ
Who? It doesn't matter. I won't talk for much longer, so please listen. The D-mail in question had two mysteries. One is its content, the other, its sender. I'll talk about the sender first. I'll cut to the chase. The one who sent this D-mail is you, Christina. What? Why do you say it like you're accusing me of a crime?
犯人はお前だ的な言い方は大体私
Besides,
D メー
I
ル
never
なんて
sent
送
any
ってないし
D-mail.
送ったのだよ
Yes, you did.
第三世界
World line number 3, that is.
送信者の
And the account name you used to send it was Sidekick257.
サイドキック
Sidekick257?
それ
But
って
the name was in Mighty
マ
cell
ユリの
phone.
携帯にあった
Mm-hmm.
だからマイルの携帯
Yes.
に送ら
I
れた
told you over and over that that's where you sent the D-mail.
あ
Oh,
あそ
okay.
れじゃあ
So that was the
15時
D-mail
18分に
that was
届いた
sent on
メールって
1518.
そう
Yes,
あの
that one. Kurisu and I saw the D-mail together here in World Line number 1. That's like Kurisu knows the content. Feeling a little left out over here, guys.
安心しろだ
Don't worry, daughter. It seems Christina's having some trouble following the story too.
なんか腹立つ
Now you're just pissing me off.
いいから戻す
Anyway, back to business.
アカウント名
I want to talk about the account name.
クリスティーナ
Christina.
サイドキックとは
What does sidekick mean in English?
親友とか
Like friend,
仲間とか
comrade,
相棒とか
partner,
そ
assistant.
れから
Mm-hmm.
ところで
So what are you in relation to me,
お前は俺に
Christina?
とっての何だ
赤の他人
A complete stranger. My assistant. Open your eyes. World line number 1, Christina. You thought so in world line number 3 at least, right? If not, you wouldn't name your account Sidekick now, would you? Your logic seems really backwards here. You mean to say that Sidekick 257 isn't your account? I didn't say that. Then I ask, when is your birthday? July 25th. Break that down into numbers. Days first. 257. But I don't have any accounts by that name. Of course. Because of the disposable email the world line number 3 assistant created at a net cafe. A net cafe? Nagaseshi, you go to net cafes? I would never. Why lie? Going to a net cafe is hardly shameful. For real. You see normies, mainstream women, and pretty boys there all the time. After Daughter's explanation, Kurisu started twirling her hair with her fingers and said, well, I might have gone. No bite about it. You told me yourself back on world line number 3. Notes. Anyway, back to the disposable account. When exactly did my assistant create it? I imagine it happened during the 3 minutes she had me wait. That makes sense. In world line number 3, Kurisu told me to wait for 3 minutes before setting the phone wave name subject to change his timer and activating it. Then she hung up on me. Because she called me from a public phone, perhaps she immediately went back to her booth, got on the computer and proceeded to create the disposable account. Within 3 minutes the account was made. Kurisu then wrote the Gmail and sent it to the phone wave name subject to change with the delayed send function. This is not a feat an ordinary person could achieve, but considering Chiller Chris's skills, it may be feasible. One cannot forget that Kurisu is a prodigy, who at the age of 17 had her work published in a major science magazine. But why did she need to go out of her way to send it from a PC? World line number 3 assistant had broken her phone, apparently by dropping it into a toilet at the net cafe. Oof. Anyway, my assistant made another peculiar move during all this. She initially instructed to set my cell phone as the email's recipient, but after the electric discharge had begun, she called me to tell me to switch to my ID's phone instead. This is closely tied to the reason why the email was encrypted. It was encrypted? Indeed. But not digitally. No, this is a very analog form of encryption. It was worded in a way that only a select few would understand. Why did she do that, you ask? Because she initially intended to send it to my phone. This email, like many others, contained a word of instruction, telling me to do something. If I had received the email as originally intended, I probably would have carried out the instructions in the email without fail. But what if I was caught by an enemy after I had done so? My phone would be taken and my phone would check my inbox, learning immediately what I had done. Which would defeat the purpose of sending a email in the first place. So my world line number 3 assistant decided to encrypt the message. In other words, by making the message something only you could read, she eliminated the possibility of an enemy finding out whatever you'd been instructed to do. That's correct. So why change the recipient to Maishi? Simple. By sending it to Mairi, she can all but ensure that her word of instruction wouldn't be leaked even if she hadn't bothered with something as time-consuming as encryption. Worldline number 3 assistant realized this after she readied her message to be sent on delay. That's why she rushed to call me and have me switch the recipient to Mairi. Well then, now that's all the way, can you tell us what the email says? But of course. I assented, powered on Mairi's phone, and opened the inbox. I proceeded to display the encrypted messages in order, primarily for Daru's sake, because Chrisia had seen them once before. This is the encrypted message that was sent for me. Needless to say, I must know how to decipher it. And similarly, my assistant, who wrote this message, must also know. So, with what method do we decrypt it? What cipher do my assistant and I share? Dots. Dots. It didn't dawn on me until Daru had told me something about worldline number 2. I did? Was it something erotic? Of course. It definitely wasn't erotic. By the way, it was Makaseshi who found this post. You really don't remember Okurin? I showed you the Satchin post last night too. You read it properly then. What? So what does that mean? You don't get it? I had to read it vertically. Oh, you just gotta stack the 3 messages like a sandwich. May? Then all you have to do is read it vertically from the left, letter by letter. Oh. Mayuri will be kidnapped, hiding ghost. Mayuri will be kidnapped, hiding ghost. I gave them a small nod and speak. Receiving this email at 15:18, Mayuri must have immediately... Well, maybe not immediately, but she must have informed me that she received a suspicious message. Mayuri and I were here at the lab at the time after all. Knowing her, she'd probably say, hey, Okurin, I got some weird email, and show me her phone. Then, after decrypting the message, I proceeded to carry out the instructions. But that mean Mayuri was... Yes, she was here the entire time. I walked toward the corner of the room and pulled out the charger cable from the wall. Future gadget number 7, Ghost in the Ball, Demonized Edition version 1.24 is upon us. Demonized Edition. After we magic modded it, we had to give it a cooler name. Hey, more importantly, is Mayuri really inside? Let's open it up and find out. Hey Daru, how do you open it? You just lift it up. As instructed, I lifted up Ghost in the Ball. And there was Mayuri. Mayuri lay on a comforter on the floor, curled up like a cat. She was sound asleep. Really? That was anticlimactic. What was the point of all that worrying? But she seemed so at ease. Like a child that fell asleep inside a closet while playing hide and seek. At any rate, well done, Okabe. Yeah. That one word was all I had left in me. If I tried for a second, it would have loosed tears from my eyes. For a while, we just silently looked at Mayuri's sleeping face. And while I listened to her sleeping breath, I found myself wondering, why didn't I hide Mayuri inside Ghost in the Ball in World Line number 2 or World Line number 3? The encrypted likely email would have reached Mayuri's phone at 15:18 in both of them. So why didn't I follow the instructions? The following is merely my hypothesis, so I may very well be mistaken. But perhaps both World Line number 2 and World Line number 3 play out like so. First, Mayuri receives the email at 3:18 p.m. Then Mayuri, with puzzled huh and several hmms, tried to work out the garbled message on her own, putting all her intelligence to the task. But during this time in both World Line number 2 and number 3, I received the keep Mayuri in to stop kidnapping email. That would be at 3:20, just 2 minutes after Mayuri receives the encrypted email. Seeing this email, I likely found myself so caught up in the imminent threat that I didn't give Mayuri the chance to say a word about her email. And on Mayuri's part, listen Mayuri, you are to under no circumstances leave this place. Stay in the lab, got it? I much after hearing my stark warning and seeing the fire in my eyes, she found it difficult to bring up a strange, seemingly unrelated message. 4 minutes later, at 3:24, I received a phone call from Kurisu, World Line number 2. Of course, the call was in regard to the email that she received, which said, "Tell Mayuri, perpetrator must be caught." In World Line number 3, on the other hand, at 3:22, I received the "Stop Summit, use no fire, lab will burn" email, which is shortly followed by Mayuri receiving the "No going out, lab is safe, fight to Black Codes" email at 3:26. These consecutive emails must have thrown the lab into chaos, costing Mayuri the opportunity to tell me about the first message she received. But these emails are limited to the respective world lines. In this World Line number 1, there was never a situation where she received multiple emails consecutively, so Mayuri probably had more leeway to approach me. Hey, Okunin, I got a weird message. I also wouldn't have been in a panic, so I'd be able to focus on decrypting the message. Therefore, this is the result. That's why I didn't hide Mayuri in World Line number 2 or World Line number 3. Though maybe it's more accurate to say that those two world lines were produced because I didn't hide Mayuri. And while I was thinking about all that, no, eepy Mayuri sounds. Mayuri began to stir and slowly opened her eyes. What's going on? Why is everybody... The three of us looked at each other and grinned. Mayushi's here. What's with that soulless toot-to-do? Well, I just woke up. Okabe, what about? Oh, that's right. I pull you-know-what out of my pocket, place it in Mayuri's palms, then close her hands over it. Mayuri seems puzzled. Huh? Huh? It's Pockety! You got Pockety back! Then she jumped up to her feet. But how could this be? It fell from the sky. Really? I'm kinda confused, but Mayushi is really happy. Thank you, Okarin. Mayuri gently places Pockety against her ear. She looked enchanted as she listened to it tick. Hey, by the way, Mayushi, were you really inside that ball this whole time? Yeah. Why do you ask? We were all worried that you gone missing somewhere. Gone missing? No way I'd go missing. Mayushi will always be here. I have to be here. Because Mayushi is... Mayushi is... Okarin's... hostage. Oh, that's a good note to end on. Oh, that was chaotic as fuck, actually. Screaming. Also, the longest world line present. Nah, I'm just crying. That's fair. Wowie. Last Steins Gate stream. That's weird. Like, we literally started playing last year in May. So long. But now we're done. And we gotta watch the Steins Gate movie on Wednesday, which will be interesting. We'll finally know what is in Steins Gate. The Steins Gate world line. Because I'm pretty sure that's where that occurs. That'll be interesting. And I definitely want to watch all the, like, OVAs, because that will also be interesting. That last one's so fucking good. Yeah, it really was. Like, I'm honestly kind of glad that we ended, like, our consecutive Steins Gate with this over Steins Gate 0. Yeah. I don't even have any thoughts. I just... Yeah, that was good. I'll definitely miss doing Steins Gate weekly, but we'll be doing Chaos Head, so it's like... We'll be still in universe. It's okay, right? That's how that works. Technically, there's still My Darling's Embrace, but that's $30, so famously optional. It usually goes on sale for $12, and I don't have it. So... And My Darling's Embrace takes about as long as all the other games to complete, so just like, I really want to get into Chaos Head. Like, I'm intrigued. Like, I'm way more intrigued by Chaos Head than I am Steins Gate, My Darling's Embrace, so... Like, I'm sure we'll get to that one eventually, but... After credit scene. Okarin, it sounds like we have a visitor. Who could it be at this hour? Yeah, it's like 2 a.m. I headed toward the door and slowly opened it. And who should appear but... Kiryu Moeka. Huh? Have we met before? I desperately checked the time. 7:53. It wasn't exact, but it was close to the time of the Rounders raid our lab. No, not now. I can't breathe. I was frozen, unable to move a muscle. Then daughter came up from behind to me. Oh, you're the Tabak lady? Yes. The one working on the publishing company? An editorial company. It's called Arcry, right? Moeka's using full sentences. Is this not the shining finger I know? I know we're scheduled for a 9 o'clock pickup. Am I too early? No, that's not it, but... Then can I have, you know what? Yeah, about that, Derek cast a glance toward the corner of the room. Which I followed his line of sight. I saw it. When I followed his line of sight, I can read. Soaked in dock pee. The thing I spilled dock pee all over. That someone bought for 3 million yen. No. What they were supposed to buy for 3 million yen. The sketchbook. Oh,
残念ですね。
that's too bad.
こ
In
れ
this
では
condition, well,
ちょっと
you know.
お邪魔しました。
Sorry to have bothered you.
失礼します。
I'll be going now. Suddenly, my petrification was lifted. Right as Moika disappeared out the door, I quickly turned around. I ran as fast as I could into the development room. Wait, Okabe!
何をす
What
る
are
つ
you
もり？
trying to do? Kurisu asked as she chased after me. She has a look of concern on her face, which probably means that was a rhetorical question.
まさか
You're
冗談でしょ？
joking, right? I stood in front of the by 68,000.
まだ解決していない
Only
ことが
one
一つだけ
remains
残っている
unsettled.
俺が抱えている借
My
金
3 million yen debt.
だからそれは払
I
う
told her
必
you
要
won't
ない
need to
って
pay that back.
いやおそらく
We're in so
俺はいずれ
easy. If I don't, I'm gonna end up with the depths of Tokyo Bay for sure.
返さなければな
That's...
返済手段として考
I
え
can only think of 2 ways to earn that money.
一つは
One is to win the grand prize at Akiba Invention Contest,
そしてもう一つ
and
は
the other
過去に戻って
is to return to the past to prevent myself from spilling .p all over the sketchbook.
どっちを
Then, which will you choose?
選択するつもり？
How foolish of you to ask, Christina.
どっちを選択するだと
Which will I choose? That's not for me to decide.
俺は
I leave my fate to the will of Steins
身
Gates.
を委ねるまでだ
El Sai Kongru. Yeah, of course. So it does loop back to the very beginning. That will never get solved. Well. No. What do you mean New World Lines? What do you mean New World Lines? Nae? No, I refuse. I refuse. No, you can't make me. It's over. What do you mean Naya has an ending? She doesn't get an ending. She's unworthy of an ending. She's unworthy of her own world line. Oh, I did not make that. Why can't I have nice things? At least I'm fairly confident Naya will be on the shorter end and not 6 hours because it's Naya, not HOUOUIN KYOUMA himself, you know? But like, no. They ruined it. How dare. They shouldn't have. How could they? How could they ruin perfection by adding Naya? Like, I did find it odd that, like, what's his face? Naya's dad had his own world line and not Naya, but here I am being proven incorrect. Oh, I have to read as a child when we do that. I don't... Everything you've seen about it has said 10 stories. Yeah, that's why I was so sure. No, like, I got an achievement and that's all been counted. HOUOUIN was in fact the 10th one. So Naya just kind of appeared. Bye bye everyone, thank you so much for staying, especially since it's so late.